Hello and good morning. Welcome to this conference on Europe and Palestine, organized by the Middle East Monitor and Europal Forum. Thank you for sacrificing your Saturday to be here with us. My name is Nassim. I am an analyst and writer at the Middle East Monitor. When we were thinking of this conference, none of us actually imagined the extent to which the topic of today would become as relevant as it has. It goes without saying that since last week, with the announcement that the US does not recognize Israeli settlements as illegal, this topic of today it's one of the bedrocks of international law, so the topic of today has acquired a lot more significance. While announcing that settlements are no longer illegal, Mike Pompeo said that arguments about who is right and who is wrong as a matter of international law will not bring peace. So here what Pompeo is telling us is that we need to dispose of the legal framework for determining right from wrong in such matters. Surely to most of us, such a statement would be really bizarre. The thing when we do assess whether international law or any legal framework is right and wrong is to first implement it and then see whether it works or not. That would be the obvious point to make. So I suppose the question for us and the question for this conference is, why is Palestine treated in this way? Why is it treated in this extra legal manner? How did we arrive at this point where we are urged to abandon ideas of law, ideas of norms, and treat Palestine as though it was some lawless frontier, so to speak? And more importantly, within the context of today, what has been the EU's role in this? Why has the EU permitted the creation of this lawless frontier or this extra legal space to come about? And where do we go now from here? So I think these are the questions from which flows much of what will be discussed today by our esteemed speakers, many of whom have traveled far to be here and enlighten us. But before I introduce them and we get going, I would like to invite Zahir Barawi to come and give an introductory speech. He is from Europal Forum.
Thank you, Nassim. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here and attending this important conference early on a Saturday. Thank you very much. To briefly introduce you to Europal Forum and our work, we are a volunteer-based NGO that seeks to build networks of support across Europe for Palestinian rights. To do this, we organize seminars, conferences, training courses, and high-profile meetings with MPs and senior public figures in Europe in order to raise awareness and encourage positive choices surrounding ongoing developments concerning Palestine. As the co-organizer of this day conference, we decided to engage in this project because we found that there was a severe lack of mechanisms of assessment for understanding where the Palestinian issue is situated and understood across Europe. This comes as Europe has increasingly become a space over the last 30, 40 years maybe, in which Palestinian solidarity organizations are able to more effectively mobilize and expose Israel's actions at the official and popular levels relative to other regions and countries. As an NGO operating in this space, we as Europal found ourselves stuck when searching for a scientific forum for understanding issue areas such as A, the work being done to challenge Israel's policies. B, the nature of support for Palestine at the political, diplomatic, trade union, and public level. And C, the prospects moving forward for more European engagement in relation to Palestine in what is a changing Europe. To bridge this gap, we decided to facilitate this forum of understanding Palestinian-European relations at the official and popular levels. We believe that by bringing together a range of academics and politicians, researchers, and NGOs to better understand the reality we are living in, and in turn be more equipped to carry the flag of Palestine in Europe to the best of our ability. We hope that today's proceedings can lead to some tangible recommendations and practical actions that we can all make use of in our individual lines of work. However, this motivation comes against the backdrop of increasing attempts by Israel to intimidate, silence, and tarnish those working towards the provision of Palestinian human rights, and a stronger European foreign policy. We hope that you are all able to gain something from today's proceedings and the fantastic speakers that we have in attendance. And if you have any questions or would like to know more about Europal Forum or MEMO, we have a team of volunteers on hand to assist you. Before I end my opening remarks, I would like to thank everyone who has made this conference possible. This includes all of the Europal Forum volunteers who have worked extremely hard in order to make today happen. The team at MEMO also, who have been fantastic as co-organizers of this conference. And lastly, to our speakers. Our speakers, without you, today would not have happened. Many of you have come from a long way to be here today to share your thoughts on this very important subject. Your efforts are very appreciated by all of us here today. Thank you very much.
So while the speakers for the first panel make their way to the podium, I just want to run through the program for today. So the first session will start imminently, European Union's relationship with Palestine and Israel. Then we will have a half an hour break at 11:45. And session two, panel two, will start at 12:15 on Palestine and Israel in a changing EU. I'm doing this because we are live streaming this on YouTube, by the way, so the viewers at home know exactly what's happening. And at 2 o'clock, we'll have a lunch break for 45 minutes, and panel 3 will start at 2:45, and we hope to wrap up by 4:30. But before I hand over to Professor Kamal Hawash, I just want to set the tone for today's discussion. We are in the heat of an election. An election is quite bitter at the moment, and Israel and Palestine is quite a hot topic. So can we conduct any discussion, especially in the Q&A? Further delay, I would like to hand over to Professor Kamal Hawash.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, MEMO and the Europal Forum, for bringing us together. I mean, just to add to what Nassim has said, I do quite a lot of media work, and in the past I used to be invited to speak exclusively on Palestine. The last 3 months I've spoken more about Brexit to the Arab world, which is interesting. There's a lot of interest in the Arab world in Brexit than I have on Palestine, which is regrettable, really, because it also partly shows you that the prominence of the issue has receded. And so this is an opportunity, particularly following the announcement from the Americans a couple of days ago about supposedly that the settlements which are illegal are now suddenly legal, that sort of thing gives us impetus to come together again and look at how we move forward. And there's only one superpower in the world, and that's the United States. It's not only sided with Israel, its ambassador effectively dictates to the Americans, to the Secretary of State, what America should do rather than convey to the Israelis what the American policy is. An example of that was the fact that he, for a long time, was saying there is no occupation. And he kept pushing the State Department until it actually removed the word occupation from the title of its annual report on human rights across the world. It used to say occupied Palestinian territories, now it says West Bank. And it used to say occupied Golan Heights. I'm sure next year that's not going to figure, because the Golan is no longer, according to the signature of the American president, that's gone. So we've got one superpower. We've got Russia, which tends to almost sit on the fence when it comes to the issue of Palestine. So that leaves one major block that is important, because the other one, the Arab world, is no longer really important in the sense of having a real oomph in dealing with Israel, including the move of the embassy and what have you. So I think this is why this conference is important. Where is Europe at? This first session is about looking back and understanding the history, and then moving forward as we go through the day into understanding the sort of the challenges that are faced, but also advocacy for the Palestinian rights and how we can be effective, more effective with that. Each speaker will have up to 20 minutes. Would be sort of, as a Palestinian, I'll be a little flexible on that, but at the end of the day, we want to facilitate a really good discussion from this session, and I'm truly honored to be chairing the first session. So we have three speakers: Dr. Dmitry Boris, Hugh Lovett, sitting next to me here, and Dr. Shari Plonsky, who will speak after that. The bios are in your program, so I don't want to repeat that, rather use the time for the speakers to speak. So I'd like to start by inviting Dr. Dimitris Boris to address us, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to Memo and Europal for the invitation to be here with you. It's always a bit tricky to be the first speaker. There is a lot of pressure coming here, but hopefully you are all awake already, so you will be able to follow me. What I was asked to do is provide a little bit of a historical overview of the EU's involvement in the conflict and in the Palestinian state building, so as to set up the stage of what is to come next in this panel. I hope I will be able to make everything work. Yes. So this table here summarizes a little bit the so-called high politics diplomatic activity on behalf of the European community, or the EU much later, what happened throughout the years. One of the most important things to keep in mind is that before 1973, the Palestinians are not mentioned in any official European community documents. So, for example, in 1971, we had the Schuman document, which called for the Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories. And this is where the first time that the term just peace is mentioned. Moving there to 1973, the community adopted two statements. The first one calling for the recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinians. And this is the first time that Palestinians as such are mentioned in an official document. Moving to 1977, we had yet another community statement which called and brought forward the idea for a homeland for the Palestinian people. And then in 1980, we're moving to the Venice Declaration. Someone could say that this was a watershed declaration on behalf of the community back then. The declaration, first of all, supported the Palestinian right to self-determination. Secondly, the community made it clear that it will not accept any unilateral initiative designed to change the status of Jerusalem, and keep this in mind because it's still standing. And secondly, maintain that settlements are, as well as modifications in population and property in the occupied Arab territories, are illegal under international law. And again, this remains relevant today. Moving to the Oslo Accords, the community or the EU by that time supported the Oslo Accords on the logic that they would eventually lead to the establishment of a Palestinian state. 6 years later, with the so-called Berlin Declaration 1999, the EU expressed its readiness to recognize a Palestinian state when appropriate. Now, the parameters of this appropriateness were never defined. In 2002, with the so-called Seville Declaration, the EU supported the establishment of a Palestinian state, explicitly mentioning the 1967 borders. And this takes us to 2009 Council conclusions, which summarized all these policies, and then to 2012, which can be considered as a starting point for the so-called guidelines and the labeling issue, where the Council declared that all agreements between the State of Israel and the EU must unequivocally and explicitly indicate their inapplicability to the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. And I guess Hugh will be getting in more details on what this declaration meant in practice. So that's a broad overview of how the communities and the EU's policies evolved throughout the years. It might have taken the EU more than 40 years to adopt a common position. It might be the case that this position is the least common denominator that the different member states could agree upon, but there is a policy there. And there is a policy with regard to the so-called core issues: borders, security, settlements, Jerusalem, Palestinian refugees. And there is a common position which is still standing, and it's the result of all these years of work and the result of all these declarations as well. Now, moving to the Oslo Accords. Now, this is the famous picture from the Oslo Accords. Can you see the EU anywhere? No. So despite the fact that the Oslo Accords were a European idea, very soon they were taken over by the American administration. What did the EU do? The EU provided over half the funding needed in order to set up those institutions from the Oslo Accords. And the Oslo Accords also created a paradigm on the EU's involvement in the conflict, which has been put very nicely by Anne Lemur. The paradigm is that the US decides, the World Bank leads, the European Union pays, and the United Nations feeds. And this is the reality today as well, which the Oslo created back then. Now, I guess you're all familiar with this map, and I don't need to get into detail of this map and the division of the West Bank in 3 different areas, Area A, B, and C. But the reason why I decided to include it in the slides is that this division has affected the EU's role in the Palestinian state building on the ground, one way or another, but it has also had significant consequences with regard to the EU's initiatives on the ground. Talking about state building in Palestine, and someone could argue that the Oslo Accords are the first phase of the state building in Palestine. This is a very complicated aid coordination structure which was created after Oslo and was revised. I'm not going to get into details, but what I wanted to show to you is that there are 4 different groups: the economic strategy group, the governance strategy group, the infrastructure and the social development strategy group, and if you see closely into it, you will see that the EU and its member states are among the main donors in every of these strategy groups, which in very simple words, it means that the EU and its member states are behind every aspect of the state building conducted in Palestine. And this takes us to the second phase of state building in Palestine, which started with the so-called roadmap. The roadmap was again an EU idea, and it was soon adopted by the so-called quartet, comprised of the US, the EU, the United Nations, and Russia. And the idea again was to create a plan based on 3 different stages where mutual steps would be taken by both parties, Israelis and Palestinians, and the final result would be the establishment of a Palestinian state by the end of 2005. Now, the roadmap also created a shift in the way that the international community approached the topic. So someone could say that the idea of the Oslo Accords was peace now, democracy later, while the roadmap reversed this and the emphasis was democracy now, peace later. Now, we can discuss why this happened and what led to this change. But there was an emphasis on democracy, and this is what eventually happened. There was a lot of pressure for Palestinians to go to the polls, to conduct their elections. And this is what they did in 2006, and Hamas won these elections, as you already know. Now, this is a quote from an official legal document, which reads that the EU welcomes the successful holding of January elections for the Palestinian Legislative Council. The Palestinian people have demonstrated a clear commitment to determine their political future via democratic means. These elections show impressive voter participation in an open and fairly contested electoral process that was efficiently administered by an independent Palestinian Central Elections Commission. The successful holding of these elections is an important step in strengthening Palestinian democracy and implementing Palestinian roadmap obligations. Despite this, because Hamas was included in the EU's list of terrorist organizations, the EU could not engage with this government led by Hamas. A year later, with a national unity government between Hamas and Fatah, the EU continued not engaging with the members of this government coming from Hamas. And then we had the eventual split, and we can discuss more about this, between the Hamas-led Gaza and the Fatah-led West Bank. And this is some of the initiatives taken within this framework of the roadmap. The EU deployed 2 civilian missions in Palestine. The first one, EUPOL COPS, which is a police and rule of law mission with advisory character. So the mission does not have an executive mandate, which means that policy officers of the mission cannot implement policies themselves. And the second mission was UBAM Rafah, which remains the EU's sleeping beauty. Now, the mission was deployed in 2006, 2007 at the Rafah crossing point. It was the result of the agreement of movement and access between Israelis and Palestinians, which stipulated for the role of a third party on the ground. Now, the Israelis wanted the Americans to take up this role, but the Americans were not willing to do so. So the cynical view is that the Israelis were like, okay, let's give the EU an active role on the ground. The Europeans, on their behalf, they were quite happy with this because it was the first time that they were accepted to have an active role on the ground. The mission was operational for less than a year, for just 4 or 5 months. Since then, they moved first to Ashkelon. Now they are based in Tel Aviv. I think the mission at the moment is comprised of 3 or 4 people, if I'm not mistaken. But the EU is unwilling to officially close down the mission. Now, the official argument is that if it closes down the mission, the Israelis will never accept it to be deployed again. Now, you remember that I told you about the relevance of this map and the division of the different areas. Now, this has impacted the mission's role on the ground, and especially, for example, with UPOL COPS. UPOL COPS can only be present where the Palestinian civil police can be present, which mainly means Area A of the West Bank, and to a lesser extent, Area B. There is a quote from the previous head of the mission there, which shows you a little bit of the realities of the ground with the mission, and I quote, "Any equipment we bring in has to be approved by the coordinator of government activities in the territories." And this is just a piece of the broader picture which blames the Palestinian security forces in general and the Palestinian civil police in particular for complying with Israeli orders and occupation. Now, the mission, despite the fact that it has an advisory character, is very much involved in the drafting of key legislation in Palestine. One of the unintended consequences of its operationalization on the ground has been the strengthening of the existing status quo, and the mission, in essence, through its deployment and through its work mainly in Area A, has enhanced the territorial and factional borders that Israel has established in the West Bank. Now, with UBAM Rafah, while in the beginning the mission managed to transform Israeli perceptions positively towards an active EU role on the ground, very soon it was considered to be a failed mission. And one of the things which affected, again, the operationalization of the mission on the ground was that for the mission to be active and to be able to do its work, the monitors had to reach Rafah. Now, a lot of times what was happening is that in the end, Israel had the upper hand on whether these European monitors will reach Rafah. So a lot of times the monitors were not allowed to reach Rafah and the Rafah crossing point remained closed. And again, another quote here about the mission to show you a little bit of the realities on the ground again. We don't have any objective way to measure the success of reform. What that has meant for many of us is that the main criterion of success is Israeli satisfaction. If the Israelis tell us that this is working well, we consider it a success. More initiatives on the state building front, and I'm not going to get into details, but the European Commission had its own project called Sayada, which had 2 phases, and it targeted mainly staff, judges, and public prosecutors, all of them targeting the judiciary sector reform in Palestine. Thank you. And the third phase of the state building and the EU's involvement was with the so-called Fayyad Plan back in 2009. Now, the Fayyad Plan moved in 2 parallel tracks. The first one was try to create positive facts on the ground, and the second one to build support at the international community level for the recognition of a Palestinian state. Now, the plan never explicitly mentioned this, but this was the idea. Personally, I think that the plan was a very clever political plan, and this was proved 2 years later in 2011. And these are the quotes coming from the assessment of this plan from all major international institutions. The IMF, for example, argued that the PA is able to conduct the sound economic policies expected for a future well-functioning Palestinian state. On behalf of the EU, Catherine Ashton back then said that today Palestinian institutions compare favorably with those in established states, etc., etc., etc. If you read these reports, Also shifting alliances and shifting policies, and my own country, Greece, has changed quite significantly its foreign policy with regard to Palestine. Now, this is Alexis Tsipras, the previous Greek prime minister, who I guess you all know. So this picture is from before he became prime minister. You see, quite left is there. This is the picture after he became prime minister. And yet another picture of him as a prime minister when he wrote at the guest book of the Israeli president when he visited Jerusalem, and he wrote at the guest book that it's an honor to visit your historical capital. Some concluding thoughts to wrap up things. First of all, the way that the EU has approached state building in Palestine is rooted in the so-called liberal peace-building approach, which does not recognize power asymmetries. Yet the EU's inability and unwillingness to acknowledge this power asymmetry, as well as challenge the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories, is the main reason behind why the EU has faced so many limitations when it comes to its role on the ground. We see a pattern of prioritization of technical assistance without taking any clear, bold political objectives, and which is what we would call power without responsibility. And I would argue, as someone who has been doing research on the EU's role in the conflict for the last 12 years, I would argue that eventually, through the different initiatives and policies, the EU has intentionally or unintentionally enforced the existing status quo. And I leave it here. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much indeed. There was a lot in that. I took from it a couple of things for me, which is this statement, the reversal of peace now, democracy later, that was reversed, because when it comes to the Palestinians, they have to do everything now, and Israel doesn't have to do anything until much, much later. And that everything has to be done to Israel's satisfaction. And I guess if you follow the Twitter feeds of the EU, one EU in Israel and one on the Palestinian side, it's quite revealing. One is talking about this fantastic country with the technology, we need to grow trade, and the other is just talking about a little humanitarian assistance, a little disappointments that it has, and you can guess which is which. Thank you very much indeed for that. We move to Hugh Lovett now, who will take us through the next phase. Thank you. I think it's probably better over there, so the cameras can.
So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Unfortunately, I don't have an entertaining PowerPoint presentation to share with you, so I have to make do with my voice, unfortunately. And actually, I'm very happy to come after Dimitris, not just because he's such a fantastic resource and expert on this, but it makes my job a bit easier. And I want to pick up on a few points by way of contextualizing what I want to talk about, which is EU policy towards Israeli settlements and what it's been doing. And as someone who's been working on the conflict now for about a decade, I still can't make up my mind whether the EU should be praised or criticized for what it's doing. You know, on one hand, you could say certainly in terms of rhetoric and policy, the EU has been, I think, extremely positive and extremely important for the reasons that we've heard. You know, and especially in terms of international law, international legal determinations. As Dimitris was saying, you know, it was I think amongst the first, certainly in the West, to come out in support of Palestinian rights, Palestinian self-determination, Palestinian statehood, and the two-state solution, basically doing that before the US. And even now, you know, it continues to uphold and defend these positions in the face of a concerted effort by the Israeli government and the Trump administration to undo these legal determinations. And it certainly had some successes. You know, one, which I'll come to very shortly, is this idea of differentiating between Israel and the settlements within its bilateral relations, which led to a UN Security Council resolution in December 2016. But on the other hand, you know, I think it's quite clear for for those who work on EU policy and follow it, that there is, this gap between discourse and practice. So while the EU's positions are very good, and maybe one could say well-intentioned, the actual implementation of these policies often lacks. And I think and this comes across with a differentiation. However, what I should say also is, there's a lot of criticism by the Israeli government that the EU and its member states are somehow being anti-Semitic for singling out Israeli settlements, Israel, through its own policies. And which obviously is not true for many reasons. But one of them, to come back, this idea of, I think what Nassim, Dr. Birawi was saying is, this idea of extra legality, someone was mentioning. I mean, what the EU has been doing is really has created an exception for Israel and Israeli settlements. And I agree there's discrimination, but it's discrimination that favors Israel, that protects Israel or the Israeli settlement enterprise from the full force of international law, EU policy positions, and EU regulations, where actually the EU has been much stronger in enforcing its own policies, its own positions in international law when it comes to other situations of occupation and annexation, such as Crimea, where it's excluded basically Crimean products from EU markets. And it's done it in a technical way where Crimean products need a certificate of origin from Ukraine, which I won't get into, but the effect is to basically exclude them. And it's also imposed sanctions on Russia over the annexation. And it's done, it's also pursued a number of technical measures vis-a-vis northern Cyprus, which is often brought up by defenders of the Israeli settlement enterprise. But actually, when we look at what the EU's been doing there, it's still actually been quite strong, again, in terms of de facto excluding products from northern Cyprus from the EU unless it's done with the consent of the Cypriot government. So I say that all as a way to contextualize what comes next. And so to come to this idea of differentiation, so this is something that I think has been ongoing, depends on how one looks at least for the last decade, maybe 20 years. We've seen also examples, funnily enough, in the US in the 1970s and elsewhere. And the basic idea is, because international law is very clear that third states cannot do anything that supports internationally unlawful practices, as in particular Israel's settlement enterprise. And so the issue is, if we don't do enough to exclude settlement entities from our relations with Israel, then there's a high degree of risk that these relations with Israel do not stop at the 1967 Green Line, which the international community by and large views as Israel's borders, and that actually these relations are benefiting Israeli settlements, Israeli entities, Israeli residents of the Israeli settlements. And so over the last 20 years, there's been a number of efforts, slow but gathering pace, in order to correct these deficiencies within the EU's relations. And I will spare you all the technical stuff, but it is quite fascinating. And as Dimitris pointed out, like in 2012, there was an important determination by the EU that said, that henceforth agreements with Israel will not be applicable to the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. But the problem was a lot of these these agreements that were signed by the EU didn't have very strong language in the agreement defining Israel's territory. Often they didn't have any language, which then allowed Israel to interpret the applicability of these agreements according to its own views. So in other words, Israel saw these agreements as actually something that allowed it to include the settlements. So over the past 20 years, it's been a very tortuous process where the EU has now tried to correct these existing agreements, and often requiring insanely complicated regulations and backdoors to correct it. But then the culmination of this, when we really saw this start to be manifested, was in July 2013, when the European Commission actually published funding guidelines. And these funding guidelines were important because they specify that no EU money can actually go towards settlement entities. And then the first example of this was the EU signed a research and development agreement with Israel called Horizon 2020. And this, and basically for this to be enacted, Israel, the Israeli government, had to sign up to the EU's positions. It had to accommodate the EU's requirements to exclude settlement entities. And this basically confronted the Israeli government with a big dilemma. Should it sign up to the EU's positions and benefit from what was actually quite an important agreement, which comes with a lot of funding for Israeli research institutes? Or should it actually refuse for the sake of ideology and its ideological commitment to the settlements, but lose access to this agreement? And initially, the Netanyahu government refused. But then there was this massive outcry within the research and development community, academic community in Israel, basically saying, how can you, throw us under the bus? How can you jeopardize important sources of funding? And the Netanyahu government reversed. It actually did sign up to the EU's positions. So basically, it changed its own internal practices. It made differentiation itself between Israel within the Green Line and the settlements. And I think that's the first point. A lot of people started to take notice of this idea of differentiation, which, as I said, has been ongoing for a bit, but that was like one of the big manifestations. And we've seen it in other areas, and I won't bore you with it because it's about poultry products, dairy products, organic certification, et cetera, but even here, on these very technical things, basically the Israeli government, Israeli authorities have had to accommodate EU requirements, and they've had to once again create an internal differentiation, sometimes even physically separating certain types of settlement products from quote unquote Israeli products. So all this is to say, that actually respecting international law, respecting EU regulations, to a certain extent does have a normative power. So normative power being that you require another actor to alter their behavior. And then there was another important moment, which is November 2015, when the European Commission published guidelines on the correct labeling of settlement products. Now, to me, this is kind of the most mundane, unexciting thing in the grand scheme of things. Like, we're not talking about banning settlement products. We're not talking about banning products such as we've done, or interdicting products such as we've done in Crimea and Northern Cyprus. We're merely talking about labeling them. And it's not, they were already labeling, so it was just merely about correcting the labeling. Yet there was a massive, massive outcry from the Israeli government, supporters of the settlement enterprise, and even centrist Israeli politicians from the Labour Party, with the worst accusations and smears possible directed at the EU, accusing Isaac Herzog, who's the former leader of the Labour Party, Israeli Labour Party, accused the EU of engaging in economic terrorism. Other politicians accused the EU of anti-Semitism, invoked some of the most painful imagery in Jewish history and European history to try to defame the EU, saying that these labeling guidelines was akin to putting the yellow stars on Jews. So it's obviously outrageous. And I think part of the forcefulness of this pushback is that even though labeling or correctly labeling settlement products really isn't that significant in the grand scheme of things, from a narrative point of view, a normative point of view, there is a degree of power in it, because it's basically the EU pushing back against what has been a very concerted effort by the Israeli settlement movement to conflate Israel and the settlements together, both at home, domestically, but also increasingly internationally. And so I think this is one of the few instances where this drive by the settlers and the supporters has been somewhat challenged at an international level. The labeling was subsequently challenged in the French court by a settlement winery, calling it basically a discrimination. That then went to the European Court of Justice, which ruled very recently that, of course, it's not discrimination, it's completely in line with EU regulations. So there's no surprise in that ruling when one knows the EU regulations, international law determinations, European positions. But cue, again, once more, a massive outcry by the Israeli government, the settler movement, and now the American administration, which also put out a statement criticizing the EU's move, and then followed, I think a week later, by its announcement that settlements are no longer really illegal, which I don't think was a direct reaction to the labeling, It's been ongoing for a bit, but I think it just shows that there is this increasing, I don't know if confrontation is a big word, but the increasing divergence between European positions and those of the Trump administration and Israeli government. Now, I should say that obviously differentiation is not BDS. I think for many people that's very clear, that really differentiation is that for BDS supporters of Palestinian rights, I think this idea that somehow labeling settlement products is like the be-all and end-all, I think is slightly laughable. But I think we have seen the Israeli government try to frame this as BDS for a number of reasons. But I think one needs to be quite clear that the differences in terms of what motivates the EU to do things, which is very much more just about its own positions, regulations, and having to enforce it, even sometimes when it doesn't want to do this, which I think is always quite interesting. The last point on this, 2 points I wanted to mention. So I said earlier that I think one of the policy successes of the EU has been that actually in December 2016, the United Nations Security Council passed a resolution. And I think this resolution, it's 2334, was important in a number of ways. It often gets quoted. But to my mind, one of the significant points in it is paragraph 5, which calls upon all states to distinguish in their bilateral dealings between Israel and the territories occupied in 1967. So it's basically giving effect, it's enshrining in many ways the EU's own positions. And again, the resolution, I have to say, did it create new international law? This international law has always been very clear. I think what it did is it just drew attention to something that's been there for a bit and drew attention to this need for third states to, as I said, ensure that their relations don't further an unlawful situation. So now having said all this about how great the EU is, of course, there's always the flip side of the coin, which I started with saying. So yes, it has these positions, it's done some stuff which has had a bit of effect, but we have to be very realistic that it's very ad hoc at the moment. It's gathering a bit of pace, but there's far more instances in which the EU has not, and its member states have not respected their own positions, international law, and the UN Security Council Resolution 2334 when it comes to the relations with Israel. To its credit, the EU and the EU institutions are continuing to make some progress in correcting pre-existing agreements and ensuring that all future agreements with Israel now explicitly state the inapplicability to the settlements. But member states who have their own bilateral relations with Israel are much further behind the curve. So these bilateral relations can include, it can get a bit technical, but agreement on the double avoidance of taxation, or the avoidance of double taxation rather, social security provisions, research and development, cooperation agreements, film agreements, etc., etc. And a lot of these agreements, and so I don't know what it says about me, but I spent basically a few months going through all these agreements, 300 bilateral agreements, and each time looking at the texts to see, what is the territorial definition? How do member states interpret these the applicability of these agreements? And to what extent have they been diligent in ensuring that these agreements don't benefit the settlements? And I'll spare you all the details. We put together a cool mapping thing online, which is called an ECFR differentiation tracker, which has all these agreements, and it shows the extent to which they conform to UN Resolution 2334 and this differentiation practice. But the upshot is, when you look at it, that most member states have done very little to do this. But there are positive examples. The UK now, in its post-Brexit, maybe soon to be post-Brexit free trade agreement with Israel, now has a semblance of a differentiation clause. The UK's, and it has like a number of other territorial clauses in some of its pre-existing agreements. So I think its agreement on the avoidance of double taxation has a position. Its social security agreement has a position. So it's done a few things. The Netherlands also has done a few things, Denmark, etc., etc. But by and large, there's still a lot of work to be done. So I think this once again highlights the divergences between the rhetoric and the actual practices, not just of the EU, but also as member states. So when the EU calls on Israel to uphold UN Resolution 2334, I think there's a legitimate question to be said to them, what are you doing to uphold Resolution 2334 and your own legal requirements? So let me start finishing. So looking back on all this, I suppose the question is, again, as I started, to what extent has the EU been a positive or a negative influence? So I think we need to give the EU credit that it has actually done and more than I think most other actors internationally to promote and to try to safeguard Palestinian rights. Perhaps this is more of an indictment of the failures of the international system itself rather than praise for the EU. But certainly, I think it is noteworthy that it is one of the few actors that is actually able to keep this notion of Palestinian statehood, the two-state solution, Palestinian rights, self-determination on the table when there's clear efforts by the Israeli government and now the Trump administration to remove this and to try to recraft a new reality. But also, as Dimitris was saying, I think, well, perhaps this is well-intentioned. The effect has also been, I think, to try to sustain an otherwise unsustainable situation in the territories, to actually try to perhaps inadvertently, depending on one's perspective, entrench a status quo that maybe never really existed to begin with. And the effect is now that you have EU policy, which is perhaps increasingly diverging from the views of Palestinians, of young Palestinians who are increasingly, I think, moving towards different paradigms, a one-state reality of equal rights for all. And so there is obviously a risk that the EU kind of gets left behind a bit and is unable to adapt its policies to match the new challenges. But I'll finish by saying two things. One, I think this idea of differentiation is nonetheless important. Whether it's two states or one state, I think these international law requirements remain extremely important. Ever more so now because of what is a clear annexationist drive by the Israeli government. There might be a bill debated in a few days in the Knesset to annex the Jordan Valley. We'll see what happens there if that bill does get debated and eventually passed for first reading. The challenges of the Trump administration. So now more than ever, I think there's a need to be firm in the international legal determinations and what that requires of us as third state, us as third state actors. Obviously, we're not states, but in terms of us as the community. And the final thing is that I think it's important that we do continue to criticize the EU, because I think the EU should be held to a slightly higher standard than other actors. The EU, through its DNA, its founding, its history, its background, is, I think, an institution that does profess, and I think generally believes in the need to uphold law, international rules-based order. And so that is the standard to which we should continue to hold it to account. So let me end on that.
Thank you so much.
I guess trying to hold the EU to a higher standard might be anti-European, if you see what I mean. That's one way of looking at it. So again, I took from that the issue about differentiation is important for now. So even, and I was interested in the way you framed it, whether it's one state or two state or whatever, that in international law there is this green line which determines a separation between what the international community recognizes as Israel and the other territories. Again, interesting, the exception, allowing Israel to be an exception. I mean, in Pompeo's statement, what I read was this point about whatever we've done here, international law will apply elsewhere, kind of thing, which was really interesting. That was one of the paragraphs, was actually distinguishing it. So exception for Israel, for historic reasons, for whatever, but elsewhere, international law is great. Okay, and I mean, the other interesting thing, maybe we'll come to it in the Q&A, is the issue about the influence the UK has had inside the EU, which once it leaves, on foreign policy particularly, would be interesting to see how that develops. But thank you very much indeed, Hugh. So delighted to introduce our final speaker, who is Dr. Shari Plonsky. You're welcome.
Oh dear. Yeah, I just don't think anyone can see me. I'm little. Okay.
Big impact.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'll just press. Anybody want to?
Have you got your...
These are my slides. I'm just curious how it. Yeah. Okay. There we go. This is very awkward. Okay. So to be honest, like I feel like I'm actually directly speaking to some of Nassim's questions from this morning about like where do I think the EU's responsibility is, and hopefully my talk, which I think takes us in a little bit of a different direction, really does try to answer some of his questions about why I think this is happening, where this is going. And I'm not sure that I end on a very happy note or begin on a happy note either. So what I'm gonna do is really kind of shift gears, I think, compared to the rest of the speakers this morning so far. And I'm gonna introduce you to one of Israel's newest and oldest train lines, which is called the Ha'emek Railway, and the borders that I see both entrenching and that it seeks to entrench and bypass as Israel works to link, represent, and normalize itself as part of regional and global geo-economic relations, and this is very much about Europe. At the same time, this is also what I mean by switching gears a little, I'm actually introducing you to the way I think about and engage with infrastructure as something that's much more than just a field of analysis and instead becomes a method of inquiry, a mode of producing theory as much as it's a lens through which to understand it. That's what happens when you invite an academic, I guess. It's like a much more like theoretical academic, I apologize. But this is what I want you guys to think about. When I talk about this railway, I'm also talking about how it embodies, but also is entangled with and produces settler colonial relations in the context of present-day Palestine and also Israel. Okay, and this is still a new project for me, so I am looking forward to having a discussion with you about it and letting you guys ask me questions that hopefully I'll have some answers to, but let's see how things go. Okay, so to start with, I'm looking at the Ha'emek train with the idea that colonial relations are rendered in concrete material forms. It's as a set of productive and structural violences that we experience as normal and irrefutable, and that they are also hidden in plain sight within the things that organize space and thus life. These things, these infrastructures, these material things have their own logics and ontologies, and I feel that by unraveling their material histories and the contradictions that often underwrite them, they tell a story. And in the case of the Ha'emek Railway, that story is both about how infrastructure erases Israel's colonial violence in material and symbolic terms, but also how it participates in larger global processes and flows that structure violence and yet are likewise invisible in plain sight. Moreover, I think we need to see this train as part of this, kind of shifting back, this context of control, conquest, and violence that many of us here are much more familiar with, even though it seems really disengaged from them. Because physically and discursively, this train that I'm going to tell you about seems completely different and distant from the much more spectacular violences that are happening everywhere else. So let's start with what isn't invisible. Okay. This is what's in plain sight, basically. The line was relaunched, the Ha'emek Railway was relaunched in November 2016 after an allegedly 65-year hiatus. It is 60 kilometers long, has 9 stops on it, and takes about 45 minutes to travel from end to end. You start in Israel's largest port city, Haifa, and you stop suddenly in Beit Sha'an. Some of you might know it as Baisan, or all of us should know it as Baisan, on the northern Jordanian border. Okay, so we have been told, to continue with what we see, We've been told in all the publicity and articles about this line that this line is actually the re-inauguration of a branch of the old Ottoman-built Hijazi Railway, which was built in 1905. Again, Europe's involved because, despite it being built by, it was built by the Ottomans on one hand, and also German engineers are the people who were really key to building that railway. Now, the original branch was previously named the Palestine Railway, which just already in that name gives you a clue of how much is being erased with the new line. This line, in its original form, once connected Haifa to Syria, Jordan, and the Arabian Peninsula all the way to Mecca, and then during the British Mandate, was further extended to Cairo as Haifa became kind of the British hub in the Middle East. And we should also be aware, if we want to have a chat a little bit later, even creating Haifa as a hub in that way has a colonial story, but I'll leave that to another discussion. So we need to keep in mind with this line, like most railroad projects, really this is the story of the railway, is already bound up with the production of empire and colonial notions of territory and space. That's the story of railroads. And so the railway's connections to the region, which kind of takes us into some of the interesting parts of the story, is that they were interrupted when Jewish militias seeking to end the British Mandate targeted its infrastructure and blew up the bridges that connected the train to Syria and Jordan in 1946 and 1947. But also, of course, by the fact that after 1948, Palestine was severed from its territorial legacy as the land bridge between Africa and Asia. And so today, discussion around this train in Israel and elsewhere is about its great potential for this kind of human and economic link between Israel and the world, and in particular, Israel and the Middle East. This isn't a new idea. It's something that stemmed from the 90s and something also that we see ongoing since kind of Perez's idea of an economic peace. We see it today with the US's language around prosperity for peace, which is a really disturbing document in itself. But that idea is really that this train has that potential. And even during his speech, and I have this image behind me, during his speech at the train's inaugural run, Benjamin Netanyahu called the Ha'emek Railway, get this, a peace train. At the same time that he also really waxed nostalgic about his long desire to rebuild the line and its connection to the Middle East. And I think in doing that, he's not only pointing to the way Israel sees itself as leading an economic transformation in the Middle East, which is the stuff he says, but as the inheritor of the railway's legacy, as a rightful part of Israel's past and present, even though it's not Israel's legacy. And in fact, Israel's legacy is the destruction of that train line. So this idea of linking Israel through the train to the Middle East is especially interesting. I'm going to use that word interesting all the time because it is interesting, but what I'm really meaning is that it's actually really problematic and really disturbing. And I have a joke. I'm going to make this joke if you've heard me say this joke before, but when I use the word interesting, my husband's eyes roll over. He's like, I know what you mean. So I do come back to that word a lot, and it often means problematic and contradictory. So what's interesting is that when we consider the fact that Israel has spent endless resources on isolating itself socially, politically, and economically and culturally from the Middle East, and including it has no normal trade or diplomatic relations with nearly all of its Middle Eastern North African neighbors. And yet it does everything it can to bridge the distance between itself and Europe. And it does that through cultural, economic, and political associations, it's joined its sports leagues, the Eurovision singing competition, research funding schemes, and European free trade and regulatory circuits as part of the European policy neighborhood. Now, it's quite easy to say Israel intentionally produces itself as a European outpost, a colony in the Middle East with these endless negative repercussions on its own indigenous Palestinian and racialized Arab Jewish populations, let alone the global Palestinian population. And to illustrate that, and this is a bit of a trigger warning because it's disturbing to say this out loud, but Israel has famously called itself a villa in the jungle, which is this Hebrew expression, and I'm going to cite a couple of other people here, Chaim Yacobi and others, who are saying that this encapsulates the Israeli construction of identity and sense of place as being a white, European-like, democratic, and enlightened place, a villa that dominates a white and modern territory surrounded by walls and borders that are supposedly impenetrable. But what I really want to point out, especially since we're sitting in a conference that we're talking about Europe's role here, Israel doesn't do this on its own. The idea of Israel in or as Europe has been reproduced, harnessed, and normalized in the way that Europe and the rest of the global north, and even a lot of the global south, engages with and treats Israel. And it has a very long history behind it. Okay, coming back to my lovely train. I do talk about it as my train. I realize that that's kind of not cool, but okay. So also what I find interesting and contradictory, and the whole reason I actually began to get really interested in this train, is the fact that physically, the Ha'emek train reproduces this kind of geographic imagination of Israel as isolated from the region. It doesn't actually connect to anything. It begins at the sea and ends inside Israel at the Jordanian border, a very much truncated version of a previous colonial supply and extraction line that once connected Palestine via sea and land to the rest of the world. It is literally a train to nowhere. And yet it's being sold and branded as a train to everywhere. Now, I don't actually think that that's just rhetoric. It tells us something important about new border cartographies as they're being articulated through the reshaping of global economic relations, and about how Israeli space is being reconfigured to accommodate this and in fact harness this, and in so doing normalizes the status quo and thus further entrenches its control of space and life in Palestine. Now, to get a clearer picture of this, we need to look at that train alongside certain political realities that are actually happening around its launch. So first of all, its construction started in about 2012, soon after the fact that in 2011, when the war in Syria exploded, land routes for the transport of goods from Europe via Turkey were effectively cut and rerouted, with some products clandestinely, and for the first time ever, going through Haifa port on trucks traveling at night to the Jordanian border at Beit Shan, by sun. And I say clandestinely because, as I already mentioned, and which I think a lot of us know, Israel has no official trade relations with Middle Eastern or North African countries except Jordan and Egypt. And even in those cases, economic relations are often organized under the radar because of potential political backlash locally and regionally. And so the trucks in their inventory are traveling through a system of what's called bonded customs, which actually means that when they arrive in Haifa port, they go through Jordanian customs rather than Israeli customs, and they leave no paper trail that says these products ever touched Israeli territory, and making it possible for them to bypass regulatory blockages and travel through Jordan and onwards to the larger kind of Middle Eastern markets, and they do make it there, which also I think maybe later we can talk about whether or not labeling products from the settlements are actually going to make a difference when you can play those logistical games. And so when we consider the train as part of an attempt to expand Israel's capacity to channel economic traffic through its borders and link its own internal markets with those global flows, we need to think about it at a time when other routes are being closed down and a time when other countries are seen as a risk for channeling lines of production and commodities, seen as integral to global market relations. We also need to see the train alongside two other internal intersecting infrastructural development projects sitting at each end of this railway. So on one hand, we have this new influx of capital into the Jordanian gateway and qualified industrial and free zone with Israel, which sits actually at the corner right next to Beit Shan. And on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, a new private port is being developed to siphon these massive container ships to Israel. And I think that all of this should be seen as part of a shifting global tendency towards this kind of return to large-scale infrastructure network projects, especially things, and because of China's massive investment in the Belt and Road project, which is very much an attempt to coordinate and link global freight transport through these kind of huge investments in land-based infrastructure and port projects in terms of what they're calling the New Silk Road. And to which, by the way, Israel is actually a financial contributor through something called the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Okay, so when I talk about infrastructure in this way and how the train fits into it, of course, I'm not just talking about like physical hard infrastructure of rails and roads, but actually the soft linking mechanisms that move things through space, the technological change that we're looking at. And that brings us specifically to recent work that's being developed around the revolution in logistics. I can no longer see my paper, which, due to advancements in technology and transport industries, is a turn towards this kind of intensive management and enhancement of global circuits and circulations of capital and goods. So when we're talking about logistics, we're actually talking about a complex integrated system of managing and organizing the infrastructure that connects and links global supply chains. And within that, the incredibly kind of asymmetric, uneven, distorted manner in which that happens. So to quote from this guy, Jasper Burrells, who's kind of cited behind me, today's supply chains are distinguished not just by their planetary extension and speed, but by their direct integration of their manufacture and retail ends. And that's part of something called a production philosophy known as just-in-time, which basically says that anything standing still and waiting in a warehouse wastes profits. And thus the goods being sold and used must consistently be on the move, which of course requires this kind of incredible amount of control and information. And so the revolution in logistics is really about making sure that these things flow at all costs. Or as Deb Cowan puts it, they need to move or die, which also makes the infrastructure being built to ensure that movement, that constant circulation, as incredibly vulnerable. And it's treated that way. Now, of course, we aren't talking about abstract things, even though there's kind of a fantasy around this that sounds like everything flows magically and perfectly. What we're doing is talking about the fact that these goods need to move through people and places and bypass an endless variety of potential natural, human, or regulatory obstructions. And they have to bypass an endless variety of potential disruption as well. So the circuits of production don't just flow, they need to be managed and pushed and forced, and perfectly coordinated and secured in order to protect them from the horrible and constantly impending danger of disruption, which also gives its protectors very much a carte blanche to ensure that things keep moving. And here's a bit of my punchline and coming back to Israel. Imagine what Israel could do with that kind of carte blanche and what it already does. Okay, so here's the thing. Rather than attempting to control the journey of things through vast expanses of territory or seascapes, the logistics industry actually works to channel flows through a very tightly controlled and coordinated pipeline architecture. And this enables them to push and pull products across like huge tears and holes in global geography and bypass particular limits inherent to kind of global geoeconomic relations. And these are called corridors. Now, corridor spaces subvert and renegotiate national territoriality. By creating linking lines between key nodes of transport, they orchestrate a particular global cartography of narrow connectors that circumvent and concentrate friction at particular points. Focusing on these potential bottlenecks, corridor managers work to further displace and override their potential interruption to the mobility and circulation of capital and goods. And now the idea is to move across borders, reaching from the interior of one country into another, and within them, space and time become compressed and yet elastic. Reconfigured to circulate stuff as if there's no choke points or disruptions. Now, regulations and laws are different within that space. Security is much tighter, control and surveillance are integral. And so they exist alongside other lines and borders that contain potential disruptors to the corridor. Which kind of, I think, answers the question about why is there like some kind of extra, is this an extra legal space? And actually what I'm saying is it's not, it's going on everywhere. This is a global architecture of extra legal space, which is actually really legal, intensifyingly legal. So as an example, I'm gonna kind of show you this thing called the new, like I mentioned before, the Jordanian Gateway and Industrial Park and Free Zone that I mentioned earlier. Oh no, I've run out of time. I'm speaking slowly for once. So, which is being, I tried to do it slow and that's I've run out of time. So, which is being advertised as directly linked to Haifa Port and the global maritime trade routes. And within this space, producers and products are immediately connected to American, European, and Middle Eastern markets. Because within this zone, they are synchronizing customs, business registration, and the free exchange of goods. And you get the immediate feeling from like the way it's discussed and publicized that within this place, space, time, and politics actually disappear. And this is despite, or perhaps even because of the fact that physically, the gateway is completely severed from the rest of Jordan and Israel, or the fact that physically the gateway is divided with different sections built inside each country that are then further separated by natural and political borders. And there's only this kind of link by a single bridge. So it's completely contradictory. And this is part of the infrastructure that turns our material train to nowhere into an alleged train to everywhere. So obviously, of course, by now you've gotten the picture. This isn't about reconnecting Israel to the Middle East. In fact, this is about producing a controlled and easily defendable channel to global economic networks that Israel can then use to traverse its own internal economic, political, and social crises without changing the status quo. Because a part of how Israel is selling the project is through its ability to control its borders rather than reshape them, to put up and secure the walls of the villa against infiltrations from the jungle. And as I think everyone here knows, Israel has done an exceptional self-branding job, selling itself to the world as a high-tech security and surveillance hub. And in fact, the violence that is performed on Palestinians and used to hold borders under control is part of what Israel is selling. And the world has bought into this, especially Europe. And not only because of what it thinks Israel is, but because of how it views the region as well. This isn't only about Israel, because it sees the region as insecure, as violent, as unruly and unstable. And we need to acknowledge that this is bound up with colonial legacies and the way race is being produced in the present. This is kind of my final image, because all of this actually really feeds into and out of the global anxiety around securing these vital connecting systems, where the object of protection is the system, is the circulatory systems of capital as opposed to kind of people. And so, which turns like their disruption, the disruption of those critical infrastructures, into a threat to life itself. And any blockages to it are subject to exceptional force. Moreover, by cultivating this kind of corridor through Israeli state space, the entire territory becomes defendable with any force necessary as an integral, critical infrastructure for the securitization of circulatory systems, which gives Israel, which gives Israel the freedom to do whatever it wants and whatever it needs to do to create this kind of secure, safe causeway for circulating lines of goods to the Middle East. And I think this last week in Gaza, this week in Syria, we immediately see the repercussions of this. It turns Israel as a whole into a corridor space connected to historical and present-day flows while blocking others, circumventing and dislocating its connection to its own borders, its own geography and political contention. By connecting to these flows without really disrupting its internal spatial order, Israel is really able, to continue. The punchline is to continue and erase and make this a banal and acceptable reality, which they can continue unceasingly and incessantly because there's no pressure to change it. And this comes back to whether or not we see things, whether or not Europe is doing good or bad. They condemn in narrative, but the material relationship actually continues unceasingly. And that is about looking, I think, somewhere else to what we don't often see in those spectacles of violence. And thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I guess the one way of characterizing how Israel exists is that, as I've said on previous occasions, its body is in the Middle East, but its heart and brain are in Europe. That is really how it exists. It doesn't really want to be there. It wants to be there, but in terms of where it wants to be connected. That was really fascinating. Thank you very much indeed for that. So we've got a few minutes for a question and answer session. I'd just like to start myself with one maybe to Hugh. The passing last year of the nation-state law in Israel might have been an opportunity for the EU to say, okay, this is something we can take, but nothing really happened. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
So I think traditionally the EU has found it very difficult to criticize what it sees as domestic matters in Israel. And to be fair, domestic matters in a lot of other countries, but especially Israel. And so when it comes to Israeli treatment of Palestinian citizens of Israel, Bedouin, these sorts of issues, it's tended to be very quiet. But I think I was nevertheless a bit surprised that over the nation-state bill, there was some pushback against it and some criticism, including from, I think, Chancellor Merkel also expressed some concern. And there has been increasing concern also, I think, expressed over this sort of shrinking space in Israel for anti-occupation voices. So I think it's all relative in terms of, like, I'm lucky I have quite low expectations. Yeah. So in this case, for me, it did something more than I expected it to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but can I just remind you, of course, that there are 2 more sessions. I mean, in terms of the framing of the questions, to remember that the second session is Palestine and Israel in a changing EU. And the third one is assessing pro-Israel strategy in Europe alongside advocacy campaigns for Palestinian human rights. So you may want to hold questions related to that area to this. So I saw one here, second there, and the lady over there to start with. We'll take the 3 together. If you can address them to a particular member of the panel, if you could do that. Please, if you could start over there. And maybe say your name, please, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Andy Simons, this is for Dr. Plonsky. Sorry, Andy Simons, this is for Professor Plonsky. About maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I first heard about the Jordanian Gateway, and I was really shocked by it. And I gave the news article to Dr. Hawash, actually, at the same time. And he didn't know anything about it. It was a new thing, and I haven't heard anything about it since. So my question is, how could this be, given the demographics in Jordan? How could that be achieved on the Jordanian side?
Okay, second question here.
My name is Les Lebedow from the Jewish Network for Palestine and many other groups. At a conference like this, I expected to hear a criticism of how the PNA and EU systematically collude with the Zionist colonization project, but instead the first 2 talks sanitized that collusion. I want to ask why you would give such a talk at a conference like this, and I'll briefly explain what I mean by sanitize. Of course, they both espouse the idea of an independent Palestinian state and 2-state solution, but these play no practical role whatsoever except to cover up the continuing Zionist colonization project. The PNA continues to play the same role for which it was established by the US government, namely to police the Palestinians on behalf of that colonization project by persecuting, jailing, and sometimes torturing its opponents. And second,
from the 2 speakers,
on the EU side, you left out a crucial detail. When Israel decided to sign, reluctantly, that agreement, it added a disclaimer from the ban on any money going to the settlements, and the European Commission turned a blind eye to that disclaimer. Why? Because there are strong political pressures within the whole European Union for the European military-industrial academic complex to integrate with the Israeli arms industry. So the weapons being tested on Palestinians are funded by our tax money.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't you attack this collusion?
The lady at second row over there.
Hi, my name is Hala Sabah, and my question is for Hugh. I just wanted to ask you, when will the EU and representatives of the EU catch up on language? So using words like conflict, using words like expressing concern are very disturbing when it's almost 2020 and we see that it's not a conflict, it's actually settler colonialism, it's apartheid, it's ethnic cleansing. Thank you.
Question is, first question, if you'd like to. Could you use the mic there?
Easy questions to start with. Thank you.
Hi. So to answer this, so first of all, this isn't new. Like, the interesting thing is more this influx of capital that started in the last few years. And but the Jordanian Gateway, I think the first treaties on it were like in 1999, like right after peace treaties signed with Jordan. It was one of the first things that they started doing. And then what's happened is, so there was a moment and I'll be honest, I'm literally starting this project now, and these are one of the questions I'm going to be investigating is what's going on the Jordanian side, not only in terms of the industrial park, but in terms of these larger roots that we're seeing through the region. And my hunch and my feeling based on people I've started talking to is it has a lot to do with what I said at the beginning, that this is a global thing, right? These kinds of architectures, these corridor architectures are renegotiating how economic and political and military flows are working. Jordanian also has similar kind of relationship going on the other end of that border with Saudi Arabia. They're building land ports. And there's these huge kind of logistical infrastructural things happening, especially in the GCC. And this is about building these spaces of disconnection and connection, right? The idea that you can offshore some of those politics in order to make sure that these circuits flow. And so that's why I would say it's actually really key to look at what's happening regionally, because Jordan, as far as I can tell, and talking to some people about this, and please don't cite me on this because I'm still new, but my feeling is that this is about galvanizing something. And Jordan's political leadership, I don't think historically has had a lot of problems with these types of benefits that they get from having certain types of relationships with powers in the region. And I don't believe that's what I mean by we cannot think of Israel on its own, right? Like Israel is not doing this magically, extraterritorially, without a lot of support, not only from the international, like global north, and especially Europe and the US, but we're talking everywhere. I'll say one more thing and then I'll move on. Adam Hania had this wonderful talk. I don't know if you know his work, but he also does stuff like this. But he did this wonderful talk where he was talking about the GCC's role in the region, the type of capital accumulation and moves that they're making about really taking control materially of the region. And he was saying that the world and the GCC look at itself, the world looks at it as this kind of island of stability and security within the region. And it was mirroring the exact same language that we talk about Israel. Like this, not we, sorry, I shouldn't, but like the way Israel is also seen as this kind of, this villa in the jungle. And it was really interesting. And I think it's really important to keep that in mind. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'll just cover very briefly the question about where is the criticism towards the PA. I think there are limits to what someone can cover in 20 minutes and what they cannot. What I was hoping to have a question like this so that we can have a debate about this. But I think that you're doing kind of the same mistake, treating the two parties as equal. While there is a very clear power gap, we know which part is the strongest in this conflict and which is not. And by equating the weak and the strong,
do that. No. Speak to the question. Don't heckle, please. No
heckling. No heckling. Thank you. I mean, I understand people are very passionate about this subject, but we're here to have a civilized debate. Thank you. Please.
I tried to have some and to include some criticism, and one of the ways I try to do this is that by bringing things on the table. And I mentioned, for example, the democracy now, peace later idea, and what happened was that this phase of the roadmap of the democracy now, peace later was because the international community was not considering anymore Arafat to be the main person, so they wanted to curtail his powers by creating a prime ministerial post in Palestine, and this was the idea of the roadmap. Now, we all know, I don't need to say it to anyone, I guess, that there is a big legitimacy gap in Palestine. We have a Palestinian Authority, and we have Palestinian governments which have never been democratically elected. We have a president in Palestine whose term has expired since 2009. So I assume that I don't need to say these things in a conference like this because everyone is aware of them. But I'm not trying to say that the PA is this kind of angelic actor which doesn't have any kind of say on what is happening on the ground. I tried to cover the aspect of security cooperation between the PA and Israel. during the presentation. So I do find the criticism a little bit unfair, but I'm glad that you brought it up, which enabled me to clarify some aspects. Thank you.
Okay.
So once again, Dimitris makes my my intervention so much easier. I basically agree with everything. I mean, to be fair to what we said, I think it is clear that the EU has contributed towards enforcing a status quo, whether that's sustainable or unsustainable. I think it's making the unsustainable sustainable. It is trapped in a paradigm that is obviously two-state centric, that is still firmly focused on state building. I think for the EU and I think one of the difficulties for the EU, of course, is this idea: should we still be funding the PA, which I think is a massive question. But I think from the EU's position, it can't do anything other than continue down the current trajectory at the moment, because this is still the official position of the PLO. Now, I know there's a lot of criticism of the PLO, and this is another conversation about the need to revive the PLO and the PNC, but it's still officially the official representative of the Palestinian people. And again, I know that young Palestinians are somewhere else completely, but from the EU's position, if this is what the PLO says, it's going to be very difficult for the EU to move quicker than the PLO. But I also do want to say is, of course, so while one can't expect the EU to pull the plug or to be a radical or revolutionary actor, as I said, it's very status quo orientated. Certainly, yes, the EU should be doing much more with its leverage, like through the leverage that it has with funding, to hold the PA to account. And again, I have to say there is a context of occupation, of asymmetry, which Dimitris mentioned. But nevertheless, I think it is clear that there needs to be, a redemocratization. So long as we remain in the two-state paradigm at the moment, there needs to be a redemocratization of Palestinian institutions. The PA needs to be pressured to reverse its own, measures that have led to a shrinking space for civil society, that have increased human rights abuses. And as a funder to the PA, I think this is important. This is an EU responsibility to address this. And I think we need to be pushing the PA for elections, for PLC elections and presidential elections. And the EU has a responsibility for the current divisions and dysfunctionality, which I think it will need to also address. But I think none of this is meant to absolve the PA of anything, merely recognize the reality. In terms of the language, I mean, the reason the EU is very slow moving, and as I said, very status quo orientated for a number of reasons that are structural, because of member state divisions. The need to have 28 member states to agree on a statement is, to be frank, quite a nightmare. And obviously, it's very invested in the two states, and so. But it is noticeable that there has been backsliding in EU positions and rhetoric. If you compare it to what it was saying a decade ago, or what its predecessor, the European Economic Community, was saying, it was much more critical. However, I think there is maybe it's more a question of semantics, but there is a steady shift. It's still nowhere near what young Palestinians want it to be talking about. But I think it is increasingly acknowledging the realities they are on the ground, perhaps not publicly, but privately there is an acknowledgement amongst many that there is a reality of, one call it one-state reality of institutionalized discrimination.
Thank you. I'd like to get another round, so I'll take three more. The gentleman there, is there a lady showing, wants a question? No? 2, 3, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark Sudan. Hugh described how the Netanyahu government committed itself, I'm sort of paraphrasing what you say, to a de facto internal differentiation in order to benefit from EU funding for R&D purposes. But having received that funding, I mean, R&D investment typically gets consumed very, very quickly. There is almost like an infinite capacity to devour R&D funding. So what controls and conditions are there on the provision of further funding and measuring whether there's any benefit from it? So what controls and oversight does the EU exercise over the funding that it delivers?
Thank you. And then over here, please. Thank you.
Gavin O'Toole from the Al Jazeera website. I know we'll be talking later on about Brexit. You did mention it earlier, but I think given your historical focus, it would be very useful to know what Britain's role in shaping that European policy towards Israel-Palestine has been, and by implication how that will change were if Brexit to happen.
Okay. And finally, over here. Thank you.
Hi. There's one area where there is absolutely no differentiation at all, and that's sports, in particular football. And this came to a head in recent years with the Palestinians trying to ensure that the 6 teams from Israeli settlements no longer played in the Israeli leagues. Now that failed, and it's still open because it's a very, very important question. But it strikes me this is an area maybe where we could get support from the EU. Have you any ideas how we could go about that?
Thank you. I think it's just awarded, is it the under-14s UEFA to Israel? It's just awarded another to I think it has. I think it was very not just under the radar, it's for very, very young people. So the first question related to the controls, I don't know whether you want to take that or Dimitri, either of you? Okay.
So on controls, I mean, you can look at it in 2 ways, like based on the funding guidelines specifically, which deal with the settlement entities and activities, to what extent is that being respected and enforced? And my view is it's mostly respected and enforced. There's a few questions about funding that goes to the Hebrew University and a few others, which I know have been raised, but I think broadly that's not too bad. But then there's another issue, which is more about human rights compliance. So, should we be, to what extent is the EU funding Israeli arms or Elbit systems and things like that? And that's obviously a huge question, but that's a question which obviously is not linked to territoriality, it's linked to human rights. And that's an area where the EU has been very, very reluctant to really look at it, despite a number of parliamentary questions and civil society pressure.
Thank you very much. I mean, the issue about Britain's role, would you like to address that?
I mean, I just want to before moving to that, I just want to make a small comment about what was said by Hugh and to complement what Hugh mentioned. With the guidelines, we shouldn't forget that the guidelines, not the labeling issue, but the guidelines cover most areas of cooperation, but they do not cover trade-related issues. And some Israeli colleagues, Sharon Pardo and Jonathan Tuval, wrote, they did some research on that and on the guidelines specifically, and they found that 5 projects were affected only by the guidelines by a single entity, Ahava Cosmetics, which was awarded about 1.5 million euros, which represents less than 1/10 of 1% of all EU research grants awarded to Israeli entities since 2001. So that we put some context about what we really are talking about and how much money we're talking about as well. On Brexit and Britain's role, someone could argue that Britain has a very big role in all this mess. We shouldn't forget Balfour Declaration. This is where everything started. When it comes to the UK's role in the EU, when it comes to this conflict, I think that the UK throughout the years would find it quite convenient that other countries would take the lead within the EU when it comes to this conflict. Germany, for example, France as well. With regard to Brexit, what we have been witnessing in the last 2 or 3 years is that the whole debate and process of Brexit have led to further cooperation in the domain of defense and security within the EU. So there has been a lot of progress made which was not made throughout all the previous years and decades, mainly because the UK has always been quite skeptic when it comes to further integration on security and defense. So if Brexit happens, and this is not my take or my opinion, but if you see at the EU level, I think that Brexit might be a good sign for further integration in security and defense.
Thank you.
And very quickly on FIFA, I mean, that's been quite a complicated affair, and I think, in my view, very disappointing ultimately what happened. The difficulty with FIFA is that it's a private entity, basically. So private businesses aren't per se beholden to international law. I mean, basically it percolates down to them via the third states, via the member states. It's up to third states to basically police their own companies to ensure that their companies are not in any way exposing themselves to an unlawful situation. So FIFA is actually, I think it's domiciled in Switzerland. So theoretically, which obviously hasn't happened, it would be up to the Swiss government to kind of engage with FIFA on this matter. There's another issue which is obviously slightly complicated. It's the relationship between governments and the national football associations. And mostly European governments have tried to keep an arm's length and not unnecessarily involve themselves with their own football associations on this matter. But I think and this is a conversation for another time, but I think it does highlight this need for, I think business due diligence and what's the corporate social responsibility of these types of organizations, and what should they do to ensure that their own activities are not, furthering institutional human rights abuses. So I'm completely with you on it, but it's just the difficulty of engaging also with these sorts of actors.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I close this session, can I just ask you please to again be respectful to the speakers. We want to understand more the topic more, and ensuring there's a really civilized engagement is really important. Can I thank our three speakers on your behalf, and thank you very much indeed for your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got 25 minutes for a break, so please be here by 12:15. Back. Hello, welcome back. I hope you had a chance to grab some refreshments. We're ready to move on to our second session, which is on Palestine and Israel in a changing EU. Before we do that, I just want to say that we've had nearly 800 people register for this conference, which is quite a lot. As you can see, we don't have 800 seats. But fortunately, not everyone comes at the same time. People come in different times during the day. So if you do have a seat next to you, just without disrupting anyone, just call someone to sit next to you, or if you can, occupy these seats on your left and to you on your right. And so we are also waiting for one more speaker. So hopefully he will be making his way as we begin our conference, our second session. So without any further delay, I want to hand over to Nadia Hijab. She is the co-founder and board president of Ashabaka.
Excuse me. I see. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, they have. Okay. I was reassured that the microphones would come on when we start speaking, which is pretty magical when you think about it. So it's really, really good to be here with all of you. And I'm not surprised there was all this interest in the conference, because the panels are very covering areas that are of real concern and real interest. And especially this panel, I think, the whole conference is covering very interesting ground and new ground by focusing on EU and the Palestinians, which, as Zahir said, we don't focus enough on to understand. And I am very happy to be the moderator, the chair of this session. I do think the memo conferences have a record of excellence over the years, and this year it's great that they have Europal Forum with them. So, as was said, one of the panelists is on the way. He's not here. It's Dr. Atif al-Sha'ir, and I'll introduce him when he comes. But in the meantime, let me start by introducing Professor Neve Gordon. He's just here. Okay. We should have some kind of a drum roll for you. Palestine time, yeah, so on my left is Professor Neve Gordon. He's a professor of international law at Queen Mary University and the author of Israel's Occupation, co-author of The Human Right to Dominate. And on my immediate right, Dr. Catherine Sherritt. She's a lecturer in international politics at the University of Westminster and has conducted this very interesting field work in Palestine and Brussels to see how ritualized diplomatic relations function. And Dr. Atif al-Sha'ir, who's just joined us, is a lecturer in Arabic literature and Middle Eastern politics at the University of Westminster also, and his primary research interests are discourse analysis, post-colonial studies, and the politics of the Arab world, which is quite a wide sphere. So each panelist is going to speak for about 20 minutes. I am going to be rather draconian in controlling the time so that we have more time for audience participation. We didn't have as much time as we would have liked, I think, this morning, because the audience does always ask provocative and interesting questions. That said, the topics for this panel, I think, are really gripping. Neve is going to speak about lawfare and the attempts, and this is something that we all need to know a lot more about, the attempts to reframe liberal human rights NGOs as a security threat. And this is an issue that's rising greatly, both in Europe and in the United States. So looking forward to hearing more about that. Catherine is going to speak about the EU and Hamas, as well as, I believe, about the security sector. But I think learning a lot more about the EU and Hamas would be very interesting for all of us. And then Atif, if you don't mind my getting quite informal here, is going to speak about the impact of Brexit on advocacy for Palestine, as well as the impact of US-European relations on advocacy for Palestine. So we have three terrific topics and great speakers, and why don't we start with Niamh? Should I do it again?
So thank you, Nadia. And I want to thank Daoud and Nassim for inviting me. It's the first time I'm in a Middle East Monitor event. And I've been following the organization's work for maybe a decade. And it's an honor to be here to speak to all of you. I decided yesterday that I'm going to change a bit the topic of my talk. For a number of reasons. One is that the original talk was based on the idea of universal jurisdiction, and it is hardly practiced. There's been legislation in several countries limiting its practice. And the other reason is that although I teach and work in a law school now here at Queen Mary University, I don't think the law is the solution. And I will try to underscore that idea as I talk. So know what's going on. So basically, in the past few years, the EU has reached a few decisions. And my question to you today, whether these decisions are pro-Palestinians or against the Palestinians. So in 2013, the EU put out a series of guidelines that basically said that researchers and entities in the West Bank cannot participate in Horizon 2020, which is the biggest research kind of funding put out by the EU with billions of euros spent, and Israel itself, I think, has received close to $1 billion EU for this kind of research. So basically, the EU notified Israel that any person from the West Bank, any Israeli Jew from the West Bank, or any Israeli entity from the West Bank cannot participate in this. And it was hailed as a great success by the PA. Israel considered it a big blow to its policies and criticized the EU. I could go on and on. 10 days ago, the European Court decided that all food products made in the Israeli settlements must carry a label saying where they were made. Again, Saeb Erekat hailed this as a great success of Palestinian policy in the EU, and Israeli politicians described it as if the food would be carrying a yellow star on it and compared it to the Holocaust. Now, so from the discourse around both these things, one would consider this a great success for the Palestinians, a stride forward in the struggle for self-determination and emancipation of the Palestinian people. And I would like to try to convince you that it's not, that in a way it's even the opposite, okay? And so let's go. Can you tell me like 5 minutes before the end? Okay. Oh, this is it. So we need to ask two questions, I think. What is the underlying assumption informing these decisions? And that will be about 10 seconds to answer. And then if Palestinian rights and self-determination is the objective, then are these decisions good? Do they advance the Palestinian cause? Now, clearly, this is the underlying assumption of both these decisions, this map. And this map shows Israel and the post-1967 borders and distinguishes thus Israel proper from the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. Now, there's two problems with this map. One is that it basically assumes a good Israel and a bad Israel. The good Israel is the Israel prior to 1967. The bad Israel is the occupation and the colonial project that begins in 1967. The other problem with this map is that it's fake news. This map is not real. And what I'd like to show you, or to try to show you today, that this map is not real. The first evidence that it's not real is that it's put out by the CIA. The second evidence.
No, you haven't seen the new one.
So the assumption of a good Israel and a bad Israel is the liberal Zionist assumption. This is the assumption in terms of the Israeli political map. It's the assumption of all parties from Meretz right to the right. So all the Zionists and all the liberal Zionists assume that there was a good Israel, and then came the occupation, and suddenly the moral compass of the state has changed. Now, this assumption is what underlies is that the colonial project begins in 1967. But the colonial project doesn't begin in 1967, and Ilan, who will be speaking, I think, in the next panel, was among the first Israeli Jews. There were Palestinians much before him, but Ilan has spent many, many decades trying to convince people, and among them I was one of his convinced, that actually everything begins much earlier. Now I want to show you a few maps and to show this, to exemplify this point, and then go back to the decisions. So this is a map of Jewish settlements before 1948 and a couple of years after 1948. So what you see is an immediate addition of settlements right after the war. This map, this map shows Jewish settlements from 1882 to 1948, and then additions. So what you see is immediately after 1948, the 19 years that pass, there's an immense amount of addition of Jewish settlements. And then you see after 1967 how the expansion moves to the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and increasing the expansion into the Galilee. And the Galilee, which was supposed to be allocated to the Arab state, and where there was a vast majority of Palestinians after 48, became the major project of settlement and dispossession of land after 48. So you see these different and how the spread of the Jewish settlements. And so the claim would be, what this map shows us is that there really isn't any difference in the expansionist methodologies, in the expansionist strategies before 67 and after 67. You see an increase of settlements, and each increase of settlement is, of course, an increase in the expropriation and dispossession of Palestinians of their land. Another fascinating information is the change in the demography and how fast it was done after 48. So as you all know, there were an estimated 900,000 Palestinians in mandatory Palestine. 150 of these remained in what became Israel. 750 were either expelled or fled across international. So you have 750,000 people leaving what became Israel in 1948. And if you look, by 1951, you have a larger population in Israel than there was in 1948. So the red on the bottom of the 1947 graph is the Palestinians that were in, so here it says 800,000 that were in Palestine in 1947. You see how that shrinks here and how the influx of Jews into the country. And the idea was both a demographic a war or a demographic, beating the demographic threat, and with it, of course, the expansion and taking over the land. Now, so what we see, or what is clear is in terms of the legal strategies, the different policies, there is really no difference between 1948 to 1967 or today and what has been carried out in the territories occupied in 1967. I will just say that we are, in a way, finishing now a boomerang. So the expropriation of land, taking over of land, begins in the pre-1967 borders, mostly towards the Triangle and the Galilee, goes back into the West Bank post-1967, and today is turning back into the Negev. So we have actually, if you look at el-Khiran, which was destroyed and Jews are now settling on it, the Jews that are settling on el-Khiran are children of settlers from the West Bank. Okay, so it's like this boomerang and recoiling inward. Now, the assumption of the EU policy, or the paradigm that basically informs all EU policy, is the two-state solution paradigm, okay? And what I would like to say, that not only have the same strategies been used in the West Bank, Gaza, Golan Heights, and pre-1967 Israel, but the two-state paradigm is defunct. And so those two decisions that we looked at the beginning, they might be interpreted as positive decisions if the two-state paradigm was still a paradigm that was something we could hold on to and use, but the argument is that it's not. In 1991, when the Madrid talks began, there were 89,000 settlers in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Today, with East Jerusalem, it's close to 600,000. So we have 600,000 settlers. We have, in 2005, Arik Sharon withdrawing from the Gaza Strip, withdrawing 8,000 settlers, and creating a national trauma over the evacuation of these 8,000 settlers. Today, we're talking about close to 600,000 settlers. Now, it is not a labor Likud thing, these settlers. This is a graph that shows you the government, black being labor, gray Likud, unity is darker gray. And what you see here is that there is no real change between government in Israel and the settlement project. And we know that the settlement project and the confiscation and expropriation of land until 1967 was all done by labor. We know that a lot of it continues into, so there is no difference in today whether it's Likud or whether it's Gantz. The difference between them has nothing to do with the Palestinians. The difference between them has to do with how Gantz relates to the police force or to the court system or to the press. But Gantz, prided himself in the election campaigns as having killed many, many Palestinians. That was one of his claims to greatness. Now, this is probably the most important graph in terms of the West Bank. This graph looks at migration to the West Bank from Israel. And what it shows you is that Israel does not need to move a single Israeli Jewish settler to the West Bank to win. It has already won. The red graph is movement of settlers from pre-1967 to the West Bank, okay? And what you see is a constant reduction of people moving from Israel pre-1967 to Israel post-19 to the West Bank. The blue graph shows you natural growth, meaning that today, almost close to about 13,000 babies, Jewish babies, are born in the West Bank every year. This is excluding East Jerusalem. Now, I'm going to show you one more thing, and then I'll conclude. The top family is average of Israeli Jewish birth rate. It's 3 children per mother, per woman. The average West Bank birth rate of Palestinians is 3.1, okay? All settlers is 5.1. Ultra-Orthodox settlers is 7.7 children per mother. Wait, I don't have the next one. Now, what we have is if in 1991 there were 5% ultra-Orthodox settlers, by 2020, next year, we're going to be close to 40% ultra-Orthodox settlers. And this was done, this was engineered. This is what is called demographic engineering, was carried out by Ariel Sharon, that built ultra-Orthodox settlements. They're now the biggest settlements in the West Bank, knowing the birth rate of the ultra-Orthodox community, using their poverty in order to persuade them to move. And after they moved, I can go on and on. I want to just connect back to the EU. The whole EU, so the argument here is that the West Bank settlement project is done and over with. There will be no evacuation, okay? That's the argument, and that's something we have to internalize and understand, okay? And then what would be the solution? Then we have to start thinking of the one-state paradigm, and instead of thinking how to move from the current situation to two states, how to move to the democratization of an apartheid situation and transforming it into a democratic situation. Now, the EU decisions that I cited in the beginning, the whole idea there is that there is a green line, and that this green line is important both de jure and de facto. And my argument is that it's not important neither de jure or de facto, but that actually by imposing these two decisions, which really have no effect on Israeli economy, zero, close to zero effect on Israel, okay? What they do is they redraw the green line. While what we need to do is say there is no green line, it's a figment of imagination at this point in history, okay? And if it's a figment of imagination, then what is clearly is that you have two people living in the same space under two legal systems, and in all definition, that is an apartheid situation, and therefore the real question we have to ask ourselves is not how to create a Palestinian state in a few Bantustans in the West Bank, but how to democratize the current situation. And in order to do that, we have to go to the EU and we have to tell them enough. Enough with this paradigm, enough with the two-state solution. We need to start thinking seriously what a one-state solution is. And I'll just end with one more thing. When I go to the EU and say this to them, you know what they say? They say, but the Palestinian Authority is not for a one-state solution. The Palestinian Authority wants the two-state solution. And this is part of the complexity of the situation, because the minute the Palestinian Authority comes and says, they all understand it's a figment too. I mean, they understand that the PA itself is a figment, okay? The minute they will say this, their whole raison d'etre is kind of evaporates. And therefore, they who receive 300 million euro a year from the EU, and I don't know, another 200 or whatever from the US, they are invested in the. So the struggle within Palestine also has to be a struggle against the PA. And most of my friends in Palestine hate the PA more than, but that has to be because the EU is paying the PA and then using the PA as justification of not overcoming this paradigm. So thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you very, very much for that very compelling talk that got more and more compelling as you went along. I have here notes for the moderator, which say, if you feel the speakers have not covered a specific area in enough depth, so I want to note that you didn't cover the lawfare area in any depth at all.
I can answer questions.
Yeah, I think that would be good to answer questions. And I have a question for you, but maybe when we get to the Q&A session, we could start with that. So without further ado, then Catherine.
Okay, I'm much better at telling stories And so I'm going to sort of share a few stories with you. I think this comes from my Egyptian heritage and my grandfather sitting and telling stories. But I think drawing on from Niamh's talk, I guess, these stories are about how Europe should sort of reorientate itself towards Palestinian and Israeli politics. And I guess the big sort of themes are Palestinians are not broken, right? They're not in need of fixing, right? And I'll come back to this later, right? And on the other side, Europe has to take, obviously, a more evened political position towards Israeli politics, right? So this is the kind of framing. So the first story begins in Barcelona. I was working at the International Catalan Institute for Peace as a research associate. Part of this job was hosting conferences and workshops with high-level diplomats and bureaucrats coming from Israeli side, European side, Palestinian side, historians. And this was back in 2007, 2008. And I'd organized these events, and I'm sitting in the audience, and I'm listening to them saying, in order to have a constructive movement forward, we need to be engaged with Hamas. Hamas had just won the elections in 2006. And yet the policy was to boycott and to sanction. And they're all saying this. They're all in agreement. Israelis, Palestinians, we need to be in conversation with Hamas. And I'm sitting there thinking, but this is your policy. You are the bureaucrats, right? You are the negotiators. Right, what is going on here? So I made a PhD thesis of this topic, and I thought to go and talk with Hamas leaders in Gaza in 2012 to say, what were your expectations from the elections? What were you hoping was going to come out of this? And on the other side, speaking with European bureaucrats who had been involved in monitoring the elections in 2006, who had been involved in the sanctions and the boycott process, what happened? What went wrong, right? Because it can be almost unanimously decided that this was a really, really bad decision. And this isn't just a bad mistake. This was a sort of turning point in Palestinian governance that sort of portrayed, so the sanction and boycott of Hamas portrayed Gaza as a hostile territory that since then has been sort of legitimately allowed to be targeted in this way. There was a sort of active division provoked by EU policy, which I'll come back to, which led to sort of these divisions between Hamas and Fatah. So this is a significant sort of turning point in the strength of Palestinian governance. And so this is what my PhD sort of sought to investigate. So if I have time after, I will also comment on European training of Palestinian police, which is my newer project, and again, sort of commenting on diplomacy towards. And EU policy at this time actively deconstructed Palestinian governance, right? So at the time Hamas came into power, it had formed the 10th government in the elections. And it had agreed to a reshuffle to include more moderate, more technocratic, more independent leaders, which would as such allow sort of European to engage with conversations. And even with this, so even with the unity government, the EU decided to sanction and to boycott and to divert all funds towards the Fatah government. And there's lots of evidence that comes out at this time that EU bureaucrats and diplomats were well aware that this was a really, really bad political decision. They said, if we do this, if we invest in one side of the government, we're actively going to create fragmentation within Palestinian politics. And so they're actively saying, yes, we know this is a bad idea. We know that we shouldn't do it, but we're going to do it anyways, right? And I mean, I think that it was said this morning, there was this idea that European leaders were not allowed to meet with Hamas because they were on the EU terrorist list. This is not true, right? There's lots of European leaders at lower levels that did go to Gaza and met with Hamas people. They weren't allowed to finance Hamas, but of course, I can comment on this in the Q&A, there were ways in which they could move around these barriers. You know, the EU, I was meeting sort of senior EU leaders who were saying, like, they know that the Palestinian population are not dogmatic. Right? They know that Hamas are not terrorists, right? And Hamas leaders would say the same, that European leaders would come and meet with them and say, yeah, we know that you're not really that bad, but, you know. And so they're allowed to create these sort of openings to meet with them, and yet they sort of refuse to go forward. And at the same time, so be familiar with sort of the conditions that were posed on Hamas, that if you abide by these three conditions, that then the Quartet and the European Union will be allowed to engage with you. And these were the conditions I think that we talked about this morning, is that if you abide by these 3 conditions, then you will no longer magically be considered a terrorist movement and will be able to engage in diplomacy with you. My research showed that there was never any intention to use these conditions as a constructive mechanism in which to understand Hamas better, right? And senior EU diplomats were saying that there was no benchmarks to actually consider whether Hamas had made any progress on these conditions. There was never any conversation within the European Union, okay, if they get to this point, then we'll engage a conversation. If they get to this point, no, there were no benchmarks, right? There were no mechanisms that were put in place to actually measure Hamas's movement on these questions. So years later, what we're saying, okay, Hamas has changed. And at the time, it was offering concessions on these questions, right? As it always has done on 67, de facto recognition. There were lots of things that Hamas were doing at the time in order to create sort of a space in the middle to come to compromise. But the conditions were never meant for them to actually be able to accept, right? Because as I said at the beginning, this idea of keeping Gaza and keeping sort of Hamas as a delegitimized body allows for the continuation to both delegitimize the resistance and treat Gaza as a hostile territory, which a lot of research has come out that sort of has these transnational capitalist networks that benefit from this sort of war machine against the Gaza Strip. And at the same time, sort of Hamas leaders who are coming into power, how's my time? Okay, coming into power at the time, we're saying we want to meet with European leaders, right? We want them to come, we want them to engage with us. Bassam Naim, the health minister at the time, got on a plane, he arrived into Brussels and was told, he was kicked out the plane and returned back to Egypt at this time, saying, no, we're not in a position to meet with you. And you might say, okay, this was in the European strategic interest, right? That they decided that, that this was in their interest to refuse to engage with Hamas. But if it was in their strategic interest, they would be able to defend it, right? But when you meet with them, there was this unanimous decision that it was actually really bad politics. And they didn't agree, right, with their own, their own policies. And all of the projects that they had in Gaza at the time had to come to an end. And they write this in their reports, that our decision has led to the dysfunction of our own policies and practices there. Okay. And so I guess what I'm trying to sort of provoke is what are our expectations from politicians at this time, right? And I think to create a kind of environment in which, whether or not we see change from diplomacy, from your EU bureaucrats, is to create an environment in which grassroots movements, in which sort of you can see positive change. But what is the European Union doing to sort of actively discredit a lot of these possibilities? So if I have time, I'll share my second story. Are we? Yeah. So I want to also share some recent research that I've been doing with the European Mission on Training Palestinian Police based in the West Bank. This organization was mentioned this morning. And I spent the last sort of 2 summers doing this research with the European Mission that's been based in Ramallah, training the Palestinian police. They're training them on questions of gender, they're training them on questions of rule of law. And I would meet with them on a daily basis, and most of our conversations were not about gender politics. They weren't about the rule of law. They were about the incessant and daily violence that Palestinians receive by settlers that goes unaccounted for, that the Palestinian police do not have any jurisdiction over these questions. They don't have any capability of monitoring settler violence against Palestinians based in the West Bank. And so drawing, as I said, from Niamh's talk, that if we think about a sort of moving forward in a one-state option, that there's a sort of apartheid regime in the way in which these sort of crimes are accounted for, right? So there is a complete impunity of settler violence against Palestinians, and there's also this training going towards Palestinian police, and yet there's no possibility to sort of respond to what are the most egregious issues, right? Which is settler violence against Palestinians. And so I meet with Europeans on a daily basis, and they're telling me this, that they're observing this sort of daily violence against Palestinians. So for example, while I was there was a woman who was outside a mosque in Al-Quds. She was severely physically disabled. This Israeli soldier couldn't tell whether or not he thought that she was going to attack him, and she was shot dead, right? And a British diplomat was telling me the story in the afternoon, and I'm like, well, what are you going to do about it, right? What is your position on this? You are here on a daily basis observing this violence. What is the European Union doing? Right, and their response is, oh, the European Union police mission is not here to comment on Israeli policing practices, right? And I'm like, they see it, right? They see this daily violence. So again, a Canadian soldier who's there, again, his mission is to train the Palestinian police. And, he told me that he saw this video of a young woman who was shot dead at the border, and she was bleeding to death, right? And the soldiers wouldn't allow her to get access to any services. And the Canadian soldier told me he saw this video, and he said, what would I do if I was there? Would I would I intervene? I was like, well, would you intervene? You are a police officer from Canada, right? And I think we have to maintain a sort of post-colonial critique of these things. I'm not saying that sort of Canadian and European and British ex-diplomats, police services have it all right. But if they are going to be present, right, and if they're going to be viewing this daily violence, then they can take an even approach in the way in which they deal with this daily violence, right? So although the Palestinian police may have gender balance issues that they're trying to address, there are much more significant issues taking place in the Israeli police, right? And that's not being taken account of. But when I say, what is your mission here? What is the remit of the Palestinian police located in the territories at this time? Oh no, if we start taking a stance on political issues, they're going to kick us out, right? I'm like, no, they're not, right? But stand up for yourself. Take a position in which you can stand up for these things, right? And then see what happens. Right, and I think the comments, I guess the way that the stories link, because you would be thinking, and I wanted to comment on both this kind of research, is there is sort of, they're aware of these practices that are taking place, right? They're aware of these things, and they've taken upon themselves not to get involved, right? The Palestinians continue to be the site that needs fixing, right? Let's observe Palestinian elections, let's train their police forces, let's invest. They have an inflated security sector because of the pouring in of money, of services coming from the European Union, to which they benefit, right? So, they're selling different products, policing products to the Palestinian civil police, and then the Germans, who are sort of the main funders of the Palestinian police, are involved in training and networks and things like this. So they're benefiting from these relationships. So the Palestinians continue to be this site, and we think about Said's work in Orientalism, the imaginative geography that needs fixing. Palestinians do not need fixing, right? Right? It's not broken. And I think it's sort of reorienting sort of European focus on this and towards, how is your performance towards these issues, reinforcing an idea that Palestinians, right, are in need of this kind of intervention, and yet Israeli practices and policies are somehow sort of not in need of this kind of comment, right? That you can stand and you can watch this kind of violence and feel that you don't need to take a position. So.
You have more time if you want to. So you're done? Okay.
Well, I can read a tiny story. It's
okay.
1 minute.
All right. No, take it. You have time.
So this story is partially made up, but I would argue perhaps it's a bit more true than a lot of the stories that we are used to hearing. So a lot of my work is around doing performance work in which I sort of reenact alternative possibilities. And I think there's a sort of performative element to this. So I'm going to read you the last passage. It is based on truth, right? But it may or may not be hard for you to understand or to see what the differences are. So it is January 25th, 2006. Hamas al-Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, the Islamic resistance movement, has just won the Palestinian parliamentary elections. Change and Reform, their political party, won the majority of the seats, and Fatah came second. Hamas is now responsible for forming the 10th government of Palestine. The European Union sent an elections observation mission to monitor the Palestinian elections, and they would now like to make an announcement. Thank you. While we recognize, this is the EU speaking, while we recognize the rather peculiar position we have in monitoring these elections, because of our role in assisting the colonization of Palestinian lands and peoples, both historically and through our current relationship with Israel, we would now like to offer our congratulations and support for these elections, which, according to our electoral observers, were free and were fair. Now we find ourselves in an awkward position because Hamas is on the EU's terrorist list, but they have just come to win these elections. It is not easy maintaining normal political relations with Hamas. We face enormous pressure from the US and Israel, who encourage us to sanction Hamas. Several EU member states also support the sanction of Hamas. So we find ourselves in a precarious position. We don't really know what to do. I'm not sure how to respond. We could approach Hamas and ask them what they think we should do. We could ask for a little more time before we come up with any clear response. But for the time being, I would just like to say, I don't know.
Thank you. I'm glad you took the time to read that, that little piece because it about sums it up and very, very indicative.
Well, thank you very much for Mimo and for Zahar and for Robert for inviting me. I'm very delighted. I normally work on Palestinian literature and Arabic literature in general, particularly in relation between literature and politics. This is the book, A Map of Absence, is about Palestinian writings. I have not really worked much on the rise of right-wing movements in the West and their effects in terms of advocacy for Palestine. But since the topic has come up and it's become very pertinent, I thought I should do some research on this. And it's a challenge, but I hope it's worthwhile mentioning some points on this topic that will be relevant for our discussion here. So in terms of advocacy for Palestine in light of Brexit and Trump, obviously there are a few ways in which one can look at this, but I thought about it in terms of nationalism and internationalism. Now we are living in an extremely nationalist kind of a climate, and this nationalist climate is not conducive, is not helpful for Palestinian advocacy. Historically, the times when there was sort of an internationalist tide of some sort, it was much better in terms of Palestinian advocacy. So particularly if we think about the 1960s and 70s, Palestine obviously in the West was not quite visible. It was quite superseded by the Zionist narrative, particularly in relation to the liberalism and the idea of liberal Israel is democratic, etc., etc. These sort of brushed aside any claims for Palestinians, and they didn't help. These were the kind of categories. It's very much an Orientalist perspective on Palestinians, essentially. Those Arab backwards, etc. It's the things that Edward Said have talked about very clearly in his book Orientalism, but even more significantly in the question of Palestine. So these are the time of, and obviously nationalism is a climate that is very much is also helpful for Israel. Israel very much exploits this kind of nationalist climate. So in the past, what used to be the case was that Palestinians, you have a lot of solidarity from international figures, from international world thirdist movements. Palestine was very much on their agenda, even though Israel was using categories such as liberalism and democracy, and that it's a democratic extension of the West or in relation to the West, even though it's understood by Palestinians and many others as a settler colony. And the Palestinian story, which has been narrated a few times today, most eloquently by my colleague here, is well known, but that was the case. So nationalism has fostered this, particularly Zionism being an ethno-nationalist movement, has been very helpful to Israel throughout its history, particularly when it rises in the West. And now with this extreme nationalist, the rise of right-wing movements such as in Trump, Brexit, what we have the Israel being emboldened by these movements and using them. They use Israel as an example of a successful kind of country, a country that has managed just through sheer force to suppress the Palestinians, to build the wall, as in the case of Trump, He wants to build a wall with Mexico. So using Israel as almost as an inspirational model, even though Israel is obviously a colonial, destructive country vis-a-vis the Palestinians. So this has been the pattern that Israel is using, and also the rise of nationalism in the West to sort of ally itself with these movements, with the Trump, with the Brexit, as useful for its program of annexation and of colonization of farther in the West Bank. Because what these movements, Trump, Brexit, obviously not all those who voted for Brexit can be categorized in the same way. That will be a mistake. But the underpinning, or one element of Brexit, a very extreme one of it, is nationalism, particularly English nationalism. And that nationalism, it very much helps Israel, because then you have figures from the BNP, Tommy Robinson, and others using Israel as a model for how to be as a country. And this is now the case. So this is unlike when you have an international climate, which is the Labour Party kind of platform. It's an internationalist socialist party. Here you have much more advocacy or much more keenness on Palestine, even though Israel recently has resorted to using more and more the weaponization of anti-Semitism. So these are just some of the configurations that have come lately within the context of, in light of what I'm talking about as nationalism versus internationalism. But Palestinians, nonetheless, though Palestinians have already been facing very extreme difficulties in terms of advocacy for their cause recently at universities. What used to be normal, like about when I was at SOAS, for example, 10 years ago, you could easily have a talk and event on Palestine and there will not be problems. But now even the name Palestine is being challenged. And that is a difficulty that has increased farther and farther. So Palestinians are, as it were, their whole case, which was before seen within the prism of liberalism, democracy of Israel versus the backwardness and the irrelevance of the Palestinian Arabs. And that's essentially what was the Balfour Declaration kind of underlying discourse and rationale. This has been replaced recently further by anti-Semitism, which is obviously is a very bad thing. But the way it is used, it basically conflates Israel with Judaism, and then it's very hard to argue or very hard to do activism. People almost create a kind of self-censorship when it comes to Palestine. And unfortunately, these are to do with the rise of extreme right-wing movements in the West, in Europe, that are very much, their rationale is very much concurrent with the rationale in Israel, which is an ethno-nationalist movement that is very much about brushing aside the indigenous population of Palestine and getting rid of their claims, essentially. And this is getting rid of their claims entirely to their legitimate aspirations, is what has come to be known as the deal of the century. So the rise of the right wing, like Trump or Brexit, this is what has fostered this kind of deal, which completely makes the Palestinians as almost invisible. You can apply to them whatever you like. And the deal of the century is something, obviously, it's talked a lot about in Arab media, but actually, it has already been implemented step by step. So all the major claims of the Palestinians, the refugees, the settlements, the Jerusalem, as you know, and there have been talked about them already here. These have already been dealt with by Trump and his administration. And therefore, this kind of extreme nationalism in the United States is helping Israel a great deal, and also shunning the Palestinians totally, as if they are completely irrelevant and non-existent, and their claim are not legitimate. And this is now a major problem. So I think there has to be, like in terms of activism, there has to be in all the progressive movements in the West, a kind of momentum within momentum for Palestine. So we have here like what is called momentum in the Labour Party. There has to be a group within it just dedicated to this cause because it's an emblematic cause. It's a cause of an indigenous people who are striving for political and human rights and who have been completely sidelined by the rise of nationalist movements and the use of and in a way that is very echoing very much 19th century Orientalist tropes that are completely shameless. I mean, in the 19th century, you have this depiction of the Arabs as backward, as lacking in sovereignty of the mind or sovereignty, all these kind of very demeaning categories that were created. And now we are seeing the resurgence of these kind of categories. There was a period perhaps from when the Palestinian cause became known internationally, particularly after the Sabra and Shatila massacre in 1982, that there was this kind of period where there was more sympathy and solidarity with the Palestinians. And the idea of Israel as a democratic state, Israel as a liberal state, it's very much a Western democracy. This kind of idea, it didn't, as it were, it was a challenge. It was challenged very strongly. But now Israel is used again as a model for the West, building, as I said before, building of the wall in Mexico, here in England, and so on and so on, and seen as a kind of also the use of science, like Israel is a technological hub. It's very, and it uses this. This is what Netanyahu's the type of discourse that he uses. So when he, for example, talks about any of the Arab countries, or any what he describes as enemies like Iran, Iran is a backward, and the mullahs, and the kind of the images they draw of the countries is exactly what Edward Said has described as reductive and very demeaning and destructive in terms of they don't see societies, they don't see histories, they don't see people. That is what nationalism does, particularly extreme forms of nationalism. Now, on the Palestinian side, Palestinians need to encounter that with activism, as I said, by embedding and being active within progressive movements in the West, such as the Labour Party, I would argue, is one of the most progressive, particularly under Jeremy Corbyn. He's been tarnished here, but particularly under somebody like Jeremy Corbyn. And to, as well, Palestinians need to upgrade their discourse. I agree to some extent that it's very important now to shift the discourse to one-state solution, but at the same time also not to use the law against Israel. The law has been useless when it comes to Palestine. The law is on the side of Palestine for a long time, but at the same time it's against Palestine in other respects. But there are a lot of areas where the law can be very useful in terms of advocacy for Palestine, and there's need to shift the discourse from the two-state solution to one-state solution decisively, so it becomes human rights, about human rights violation and political rights of the Palestinians that are violated on a daily basis as described there. And actually before, there was almost a mask, the two-state solution. But now with the settlements being declared as not inconsistent with international law, what happens there is that this mask has fallen. There is nothing else for the Palestinians. So before, they might have gone along with the United States saying two-state solution, even though it was wrong. Oslo was wrong, was a major mistake. But at the same time, the Palestinians went along because of what used to be called international community and international consensus, which are very vague terms anyway. So the European Union and the United States and the Quartet, Russia and all, with the kind of Israeli practices on the ground, it's time for the Palestinians to shift their narrative on Palestine for a one-state solution as the most legitimate and most, it's the solution that can get them somewhere rather than the current impasse and current situation that they are in, which is a terrible situation. And here also there needs for advocacy, there needs to highlight the importance of the BDS movement, which is boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel. And this needs to be reinforced, the message of this needs to be reinforced, particularly again within progressive movements in the West. as a legitimate form of resistance against Israeli occupation. And so the Labour Party has been, I come back to this point because it's quite important that now within the climate of the elections we have, students have been very important in advocating and in helping the Labour Party hopefully to get elected. It's a very difficult struggle, but this cannot be undermined, the importance of the universities. And Israelis have been targeting these universities with the help of right-wing figures in the West. And also writers and so on who are sympathetic to Israel and who are very beholden to the old narrative of Israel as the innocent kind of entity that it describes itself as. But again, the mask has fallen so many times because of many massacres, settlements, Trump, etc., etc. So Palestinians can advocate using students' movements, joining with movements such as the Labour Party and other similar sister parties in Europe and elsewhere, and making their claims much more stronger and much more focused, particularly on the idea of one-state solution, because if we have these two narratives running side by side, two-state, one-state solution, it creates difficulty for people to see which way the Palestinians are going. Saeb Arakat, for example, recently was talking about now there is no other chance for the Palestinians but to have to go for one-state solution. Then a few days later, he's writing an article for Haaretz saying we are committed to international law, committed to the two-state solution. This kind of confusion is not very helpful to anyone, and for advocacy in particular. So I'll just end with this note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really excellent, especially for given that it's not your usual area of focus. I must say this is a very, very disciplined panel. Everybody is stuck to time and even far below time in some cases. So we'll have plenty of time for discussion. So I want to take the moderator's prerogative to set out a couple of questions myself. And first to, I'll just have a couple of questions and then come to the audience, okay? First to Niamh, and you really did an excellent job of just ripping off that fig leaf, showing things exactly as they are and saying, okay, we have to stop pretending. All three speakers touched on the discourse and the need to change the discourse on the issue. So, and how would you change the discourse on this issue in order to move it forward, if there were some ideas on that? So that's the question for you. Maybe I'll give the question to all three speakers so you could think about them. For Catherine, are there countries in the EU that are more open to meeting with Hamas? Or could you speak about the countries that are more open to meeting with Hamas and how that works out, and can it be used as an entry point? And then also about the extent of involvement of the European police mission in PA violence, in abetting or turning a blind eye to PA violence. And for Atif, you know, very often the Israelis state their objectives extremely clearly, but very often they don't. And so it might be potentially a smart thing to do to focus on the question of human rights throughout the areas controlled by Israel or governed by Israel, and to say that the Palestinians are okay, whether it's one state or two, so long as they have human rights. So that's the question for you. But let's start with Niamh.
Thank you very much. I mean, that is probably one of the most difficult questions to answer, but I'll have a go. I think we need to rethink our discourse and our strategies. And I think that the law is not the answer. It's not the solution. And so we need to look elsewhere. We need to move from a discourse of occupation to a discourse of colonialism, from a discourse of human rights violation to a discourse of apartheid. We need to think of methods like Extinction Rebellion and occupation rather than going to the courts. And the reason is that the law, which is what the Palestinians have been appealing to, is a creation of the state. And as a creation of a state, it is also a state tool. Now, it doesn't mean that the law cannot be used against the state, but it is very difficult to use it against the state, and it's the times that it is successful against the state are very limited and only usually against a very weak state. Just an example. At Queen Mary, I belong to a center that's called the International State Crime Initiative. There's 2 state crime centers in the world out of maybe 50,000 universities. Every single university in the world almost has a center for human rights. Why? Human rights are no longer threatening. We need to create a threat. And if human rights today, the talk I didn't talk about is that today many settler NGOs are human rights NGOs, okay? And they're filing petitions to the courts against the Palestinian invaders, okay? And so we have to, now, language can always be appropriated and used against use, but we have to think of language that will make it more difficult to use. And therefore, I think we need to really try to change the language that we speak and think of new strategies. In the law, you need the lawyer to take you to court. And that demobilizes ultimately. That's a demobilizing strategy. The only chance the Palestinians have is mobilization of masses of civil society. And the law is something that is against the mobilization. The human rights organizations do not mobilize the masses. They're not like the civil rights movement in the United States in the 60s. They are 9 to 5 NGOs, and when 5 comes, the clock is dead. Okay? So we need to change the whole way we've been thinking about it, and I don't think human rights is the solution. And I'm a human rights scholar. I say this at times, and I'll end with this. At times, in certain moments, yes, human rights should be used. But we need to think of them, again, like we think of BDS. BDS is not a principle, it's a strategy. And if it works, it's good, and if it doesn't work, it's not good. Human rights, again, we need to think of them as a strategy. When we can use them to advance the cause, we should, but ultimately, they individualize us. We're individual bearer rights. It's our home that is being demolished. It's my son that is being tortured. But no, the torture and the home demolitions and the expropriation of land are all connected, and human rights separates them as if they're separate issues. We need to see the connection. We need to see the big picture. And we need to mobilize the masses against it.
Yeah, definitely the project of Oslo and what happened since has been a very demobilizing project, and the whole creation of a state or attempt to create a state before you achieve liberation was a piece of insanity that the Palestinians fell into. But, Catherine?
Okay, you asked 2 questions, and I'll actually start with the second, which is sort of the European involvement and response to sort of PA violence. And so I think 2 years ago, there was a protest by activists held in Ramallah, and there was a significant amount of violence used by the Palestinian security forces, not necessarily the Palestinian civil police, but the security forces at this time. And this was a huge shock, right, for Palestinians that were there. It was not usual for this kind of violence to be used against activists. And the European Union came under some criticism because they had been involved in training the Palestinian civil police in riot policing and things like this. Now, they quickly they withdrew that part of their training of the riot police and sort of said, well, we weren't responsible for this and things like this. But I think when we look at sort of the involvement of not just the European Union, but other European actors in training different arms of the Palestinian security services, it has taken a sort of very anti-resistance model, right? There's a sort of divide and rule practice with which this is conducted. So the MI5, MI6 were responsible for training arms of the security services in Palestine that were sort of had this counter-terrorist model, and that their raison d'etre should be to go after Hamas. And a lot of Hamas leaders were assassinated and imprisoned during this time. Now, you can imagine that obviously this is not good for Palestinian unity and the strength of Palestinian governance, right? But this was the model of their training, was to go after Hamas activists. And I guess now a shift in concern, or is the way in which perhaps the Palestinian security services are being trained to monitor and prevent Palestinian activism and Palestinian resistance against the Israeli state. And of course, I mean, this is what police forces do, right? Police forces are meant to quash labor revolts. They're meant to keep minority groups in accordance with legal apparatus. And so I think when we look at the sort of the state building without a state, you have this sort of police force who's meant to sort of monitor the local population in this way. So I mean, these are new things, but I think it's something that's worth keeping an eye on. And I don't want to impose sort of the entire blame with the PA, because I think a lot of the training has come towards this. But for example, sort of, and some of you probably know this, but a lot of new internet laws that were come into place to allow sort of the PA to monitor different activist internet projects and things like this. New surveillance technologies, right? And we can imagine where these technologies come from. So new sort of tools that are allowing the PA to sort of monitor. And this is a raison d'etre of a state, right? Is to try to keep these things in order. And okay, so I'll wrap up there. Yeah, okay.
Do you want to address the second question?
I mean, just very briefly. I mean, I think we have examples of sort of Scotland and Sweden taking sort of different positions on this. But I guess what's more telling is that although there may be voices, the fact that they don't immediately pop out is that they're not strong enough, I think. And so I think, I mean, I don't want to sound defeatist, because I think using these sort of openings is extremely important, and there were examples of Sweden inviting Hamas delegates to come and to give talks and things like this. So as I said before, it wasn't illegal for these kinds of relationships to take place. So there are things that can be done, but I think it's slow and not big enough.
Okay. Well, I think in the case of Palestine, the question of human rights and the political question are can hardly be separable. They're very, very interlinked. And I think both should be, I mean, the Palestinian question is a deeply political question. It cannot be divorced from politics. I mean, that would be, and I think the idea of one-state solution and the idea of two-state, within the current situation, within the current context that we are in, have deep bearing on how we discuss human rights and how we discuss political rights, in the sense that in terms of Palestinians now in the West Bank, within the current situation, it's very hard to have a two-state solution. It's almost impossible. It is a fancy. So why don't you shift the discourse towards equality without emphasizing the importance of the political rights of the Palestinian to full citizenship rights within the land of historic Palestine, And this is a human as well as political right. There is the other side of it. Human rights are very significant. Like there have been cases before where Palestinians have emphasized them and won certain cases in the Israeli courts. Like, for example, in the last week, there was a news, I don't think you'd have heard it because it's not on internet, but there was, I think, 200 dunams or so around the area of Salfit. They have won, they've taken them back from the settlers by going to the courts. Now, it doesn't mean that the Israeli courts are not weaponized, and in fact, under Netanyahu, as you know, they're very much an instrument of the state to keep to implement colonial policies that Israel wants to do. So human rights and the use of the law for that purpose is useful, but it shouldn't override the important category, which is the political category that is concerned with equality between Palestinians and Israelis within the land of historic Palestine as the ultimate solution. Because particularly, if we could have highlighted human rights about 3 decades ago, and we talked about two-state solution, but now it is too late in the game. Israel has completely changed the reality on the ground. It has created facts on the ground, very hard to move. And also, it is actually a much more righteous solution to have a one-state solution, which is based on equality, to accommodate the claims of Palestinian refugees and all the fundamental tenets of the Palestinian question.
Right. So this is a wonderful audience. You're very encouraging for all the speakers, but maybe we could keep the applause until the very end so that we have more time for discussion. So there were a number of questions over here, and I'm going to privilege those who didn't ask questions last time. Yourself and back there and there, yeah. This here.
Whoops. My name is Michael Abramov. My question is to Dr. Charet. And my question regards your loyalty to Hamas. In light of the fact that since 2007, billions of dollars have disappeared into the back pockets of Hamas, there has been a lot of money spent on Gaza City, but very little money spent on the people.
Please.
The question is, how can you justify your moral support of Hamas?
Thank you so much. Okay. And then the lady there. Was that a lady there? Okay.
Hi. Thank you. My question is it's partly a statement also for Dr. Atif Ashire. I'm thanking you for daring to name Iran and Iranophobia, which is spread by the West, including EU, European, Israel, and the Arab states. And you set some targets for European people, how they can support Palestinian cause. But what about Arabs themselves? We now can see the...
Could you summarize to the question?
Yes,
please? Yeah.
Thank you. If I can't talk, I just give it back to you.
No, you said your question is?
The question is, what you setting for the reactionary Persian Gulf kingdoms who are also part of the problem, how they can be part of the solution?
Good.
We can see that they're scared day in and day out. Oh my God, come and save us to Israel and America.
You asked the question.
Come and save us from Iran. What you can tell them? We just saw.
Excuse me, you asked the question. Thank you very much. If you could hand the microphone back to the moderator there. And then finally that gentleman over there.
Hello, my name's Doug Holton. I'm a Palestinian activist for many years and a theatre practitioner. My burning issue is what I and any other person involved in solidarity action have to face, is that it is not up to me to decide for the Palestinian people how they wage their struggle it is up to me to support them. So while I accept every single word and possibly more that can be of criticism that can be leveled at the Palestinian Authority, and I'm really pleased that there is a new level of leadership coming up from Palestinian civil society,
Yeah.
I'm very wary of
Okay.
exerting my influence in telling people what to do.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the panel now. Do you want to?
So I don't have a moral or loyalty to Hamas. I'm a political scientist, so I'm looking at this through that lens. I didn't vote for Hamas, but the Palestinians did vote for Hamas. At that particular point in time, a lot of Palestinians who had not considered voting for Hamas decided to. They explained to me their justifications for doing this. So that was my starting point, that it had been elected. It had been elected in elections that the European Union themselves said were the freest and fairest in the region. So that was my, that was my curiosity, right? That you had this event in which the Europeans responded in this way. This is not a question of moral loyalty. They were democratically elected at the particular point in time. With response to the second part of your question, I mean, again, I'm a political scientist, so I read evidence on this. I mean, the European Union, their concern is that the diversion of their funds away from Hamas. So right after the elections, the European Union came up with something called the temporary mechanism, which was to divert any funds that would have gone to the Palestinian Legislative Assembly as a whole, right? Now, that means that some funding would have gone to Change and Reform, which was Hamas's political party. Now, a lot of Europeans, advisors, counselors were saying this is a legal mechanism in which they can do that because Change and Reform is not Hamas, right? So there were opportunities in which they could actually have continued to fund. And there were lots of discussions around the certain ministers that could have been funded at this particular point in time. So I'll wrap up. So there was a possibility to do that. So their concern is actually how the diversion of funds away from the Hamas government and towards Fatah actually crippled the functioning government in Hamas at that time. So I think that is perhaps, at least for the European Union, a greater question or a greater concern within their own reports.
Thank you. Atif, do you want to take over?
I think the question concerning Arab regimes, certainly, I mean, Arab countries are, there's diversity within these Arab countries, but I think we shouldn't conflate Arab people as people with the regimes. Most Arab countries, in one form or another, are occupied by the regimes, if I can put it this way. The reactionary regimes obviously they're reactionary, but it doesn't mean that on the grassroots level in Egypt, in Morocco, in Tunisia, there are a lot of activism and a lot of Algeria, obviously. Like we can go on more. It's a bit long to speak about 22 countries. But there is now, Israel is very much, Netanyahu's discourse has been normalization with Arab regimes, particularly the Gulf countries. And recently they've been talking about building this railway that will run from the Gulf countries to Jordan through to Haifa. And that's the discourse of Israel, trying to highlight that the problem is obviously whether it's Hamas or Iran, or trying to build an alliance with obviously some Arab regimes at the expense of the Palestinians, and some figures within these regimes buy into that. But by and large, these have not materialized. There have just been, obviously it's dangerous. Clearly it is dangerous if this materializes and the Palestinian question is totally sidelined and there's an alliance between Zionism, Israel, and the Gulf countries in particular. But I think there has been that historical accumulation and the importance of the Palestinian cause and its resonance and all the other rhetoric that goes with it. that is still alive in many Arab societies. And I hope that is strengthened and that continues. That's, yeah.
Thank you very much. So, I was going to ask you to answer how people in solidarity with the people should behave.
So, first of all, I think your assumption is right. I think that we need to follow the lead of what the Palestinians want. But the Palestinians, as you probably also know, don't speak in one voice. They speak in many voices. And so my rule of thumb is I look at the grassroots. I look at what the people in the villages say, what the people that are struggling for their land against dispossession, and I tend to follow them rather than the PA.
Well, that makes sense. We'll move to this side here. So the lady back there, and then yourself, and sorry, the gentleman back there.
Thank you. My name is Nissa, and my question is to Dr. Sharat. You mentioned the EU Mission on Palestinian Police project, which is focused on gender and rule of law, etc. But would you be able to argue and elaborate on the debate that these issues have historically been used to further extend the colonial project and used to paint an image that, as advertised, said, the Orient is backwards and they lack how they treat women, and how their rule of law is lacking. So this is a reason for them to then go there in their missions for aid or human rights to further colonize those nations, and particularly in the post-colonial period that we are actually facing. Thank you.
Thank you. So the gentleman is right by you, so if you could give him the microphone.
Hi, thank you for coming. My question is to Dr. Professor Neef or Dr. Atif, yeah. Yes, you're speaking about the two-state solution being too late to the game, and you mentioned that it's a figment of imagination. So my question is about the one-state solution that you espouse. What does it look like? Would there be Israeli dominance over Palestinian subjects, or would there be like basic human rights shared by their Jewish counterparts?
Thank you. So then the gentleman here. Yeah. This guy.
My name is Jim Curran. The European Union doesn't want a border in Ireland. They don't want a border in Cyprus. And my question to the panel is, why does the European Union want a border in Palestine? And finally, the European Union did not want a border in Germany because on the 25th and 26th of June 1990, the heads of states of the European Union met in Malahide Castle in Dublin, and the subject of the conference was the European Union and German unification. In other words, no border, a one-state solution.
Okay. All right, so we're going to take some answers now, and we'll have one last round before lunch. So let's see. Catherine, why don't you start again?
Thank you for your comment and question. I mean, I agree with you. I think that these are sort of ways in which the European Union can frame itself as responding to gender issues and rule of law. And as I said in my talk, I don't think that the Palestinians need fixing, right? I don't think that, and so I think you're right. This is sort of used as an excuse. And as I said in my talk, I think that there are more sort of pressing issues that if the European Union should be there or advising, and I think that they have played. I mean, like, the Palestinian civil police have a good working relationship with the European Union. They enjoy these kind of conversations. I mean, but yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that point.
Thanks very much. So, so what would one-state solution look like? And can I add to that what would happen to the settlers?
Huh. Okay.
But briefly.
Briefly. Very briefly. I think the main thing within the idea of one-state solution emanates from the concept of equality. At the moment, there is total lack of equality within the land of historic Palestine, and this lack of equality is impacting Palestinian Arabs in 1948 areas, as well as Palestinians in the West Bank, as well as in Gaza Strip. The form of one-state solution, that's, it can take many forms. It's very difficult. But the main thing is to focus on equality, which is like one citizen, one vote, the right to democratic solution for within the entire land of Palestine. Sometime you could say that there could be this could be established in stages. Some people have argued that this could be done in stages. So you have a confederation, you have power sharing. There are a lot of examples in the world that can be used to as inspiration for Palestine. But the main sticking point now, which has been for a long time, is inequality imposed by the Israeli occupation, by colonial policies, and reinforced on a daily basis.
Okay, thanks. And Niamh, could you also address that same question, and which encompasses your question about the border? Why the EU wants why does the EU want the border?
I agree with Atif's about the one state. I mean, there are numerous examples. We can take the Good Friday Agreement as an example. Of course, every example will have to be modified according to the actual context of the situation and so forth. But once to start thinking of models and investing, we need to invest in this thought. There's different groups that are doing it. Ilan and Jeff Halper and a few others are in one group. There's other groups doing it. But that, again, is something that we need to move to the one state in order to start investing in how to do it. Well, partition is something that has been part of the history of the solutions also provided by the United Nations and even before the United Nations. And I think that one of the issues is the Jewish state, is the idea that there should be a Jewish state. And for there to be a Jewish state, there has to be partition. Now, the idea of the Jewish state, its history precedes World War II, but we have to remember that following World War II and the extermination of millions of Jews on European soil and the creation of the Jewish refugee problem, the way that Europe solved it was through repatriation at the expense of the Palestinians. Okay, so a problem that was created here in Europe was solved in the Middle East, and there's this anxiety both in Europe and particularly in Germany and of basically saying that democracy trumps ethnic group. And that's what's going on. And therefore, this case becomes a case of borders, because the borders are supposed to ensure the demographic majority of the Jews in the Jewish state. So I think that's why partition and a border between is very important for the Europeans, as opposed to other situations where they see citizenship as the major category that creates a political entity. Here they see ethnicity as the major category that creates a political entity.
Yeah, very good point. So we don't have as much time as I thought, so we're going to take one question from here and one question from here. So this lady here and that gentleman. Oh, and sorry, I want to ask you that there should be a maximum 1 minute question.
Okay, James Thring, Planning for Peace, Ministry of Peace. I can't understand why there's a reluctance to pursue the Israelis for breaking the law. I've compiled a booklet of dozens of crimes by the Israelis against the Palestinians, when the Palestinians are obliged to police themselves at the demand of the Israeli authorities.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then this.
I'm sure the European Union is strong enough with the European Court of Human Rights to take a country like the criminals in Israel to court. They do it to us.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Niamh, you just used the word repatriation after World War II. Could you explain what you mean by repatriation?
Not repatriation, I meant reparation.
You used the word publicly,
I meant reparation.
which I found shocking.
Yeah, no, I meant reparation. So the Europeans realized they created a crime. They were criminal, and then they also had the refugees. There were hundreds of thousands of Jewish refugees. Instead of seeking a solution where the problem was created and by the culprits of it, the solution they found was elsewhere. There was a dislocation, both spatially and historically, of what had happened. So the solution for the crimes that were perpetrated on European soil was done through giving the Jews a state. Okay, so that was the idea, basically. That was the reason. That was the incentive or the fact that so many countries supported the creation of a Jewish state. Okay, and regarding the question here, as a matter of fact, the question is not whether Israel has violated international law or has not violated international law. The question is what will work in terms of equality that Atif mentioned, emancipation, statehood, self-determination. And I don't think seeking justice in the courts is what's going to bring that. And I think we have to think what this discourse does, okay, what it has succeeded, and what possible discourses it has eclipsed, okay? So Atif mentioned that the Israeli High Court of Justice just returned 200 dunam to a Palestinian village or family in the West Bank. And that is clearly, to me, a great success. These people had lost their land, and their land is back. But let's look at what are the consequences? The consequences is that each village struggles alone for their land, that the land is disconnected from home demolitions, that home demolitions are disconnected from torture. Now, the structure of domination is one structure. It's not a structure of torture and it's one structure. So what would be a strategy that takes up this structure of domination? Can the court do it? How does you go to a lawyer, you give him money, and you tell him, represent me, or her, represent me. That demobilizes. That makes me powerless. It doesn't empower me as a person who has been wronged.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think he's attempted to answer the question. Thank you. And I was going to ask if you had anything to add to what Niamh said in 1 minute, or to the questions that were asked.
Maybe just adding a point to pursuing Israeli leaders and whether in the army, in European courts and elsewhere is a very important one, and it's useful. And Palestinians have been using. There are some, as I understand, there are some cases going on in the Netherlands, for example, And for example, before Livni was coming here and then she postponed because there was a case raised against her. I think that is important because they are really war criminals. There was, for example, a chilling massacre that was committed in Gaza just a few weeks ago, particularly against one family, Sawarka family. 9 members were just eradicated totally overnight. There have to be cases that are brought alongside other forms of the struggle. It's just not exclusive to the law. This is just one area where they have to at least get the idea that there are consequences and grave ones for the crimes they commit.
Just briefly on this idea of why do Europeans might want borders. I mean, I think we need to also sort of, the Europeans' also response to Yugoslavia was also sort of to try to create these sort of racial enclaves also in terms of dividing the population that way. And I think, you know, as academics, to sort of the way that the Europeans understand sort of race and its sort of own history of fascism, right? And I think that this has to be sort of at the forefront of our critique. And again, on race, you know, there are many ways in which sort of race has also been used to design sort of new technologies of surveillance and things like this. And there are, you know, connections and exploitation on this. So, you know, new facial technologies that are developed in Israel because it has this sort of ongoing sort of population under which is constant surveillance. But there are Europeans who fund this work and benefit from it. So again, trying to sort of expose and attack those transnational sort of networks, and also reminding ourselves of how our understandings of race and fascism in many regards have a European history and origin that we need to address, I think, collectively as a community and take this seriously.
Thank you. Okay, let's go for it now.
Good afternoon. I think we're ready to start the third and final session of today. So without any delay, I want to introduce the chair for this session, my colleague, Amelia Smith. So I'll leave it to Amelia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the third and final panel of Middle East Monitor and Europower Forum's conference. This session will examine the pro-Israel lobby and the current challenges of campaigning for Palestinian human rights, which in the context of current world affairs, particularly in relation to the UK and Europe, is a very timely subject. So we're fortunate to have with us here this afternoon 4 very distinguished speakers who I'm sure will more than do justice to this subject. They are Anthony Lerman, David Cronin, Ilan Pape, and Ben Jamal. Each speaker will talk for between 10 and 20 minutes, and then the floor will be open to you for all of your questions. So, without taking any more of your time, can I kindly invite our first speaker, Anthony Lerman, a visiting senior fellow at the Bruno Kreisky Forum for International Dialogue in Vienna. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Good. Well, thank you very much, Amelia. Thank you, Memo, for inviting me to speak at this conference and to be with so many distinguished and excellent and really interesting, fascinating speakers, and to be on a panel with 3 people who I admire very much indeed. So it's great to be here. And let me get stuck in straight away. Exploiting anti-Semitism in the UK to silence Israel's critics, can it be stopped? Okay, let's face it. We're not talking about a new problem. This is actually something that I've been scratching my head about for many years, and as you can see, it hasn't done me any good. So I confess I'm tempted to say that my answer is no, and then leave it at that and pass on to somebody else. But since I tend to be a rather optimistic person, and to sort of dive in here, it may be that the election of a Corbyn-led government would go a long way to ending this exploitation, although there are people who have differing views on that. I will try to sketch out a way. I think this instrumentalization, this exploitation of anti-Semitism can be, if not stopped completely, then reduced substantially. But I warn you that I offer no easy answers, and I will necessarily oversimplify because of time constraints. Now, it's important to state, I think, at the very outset that despite the extensive way that anti-Semitism has been weaponized for this purpose, critics have actually not been silenced, and I think my 3 fellow panelists here are very good examples of people who continue to speak out and write and talk about these things no matter what the climate is in terms of weaponizing the issue of anti-Semitism. But nevertheless, there's no doubt that in recent years the public space in which criticism can be expressed has markedly narrowed. The naked efforts to attempt to silence critical voices has increased, and that the exploitation, or we could call it, other words, politicization, instrumentalization, weaponization of anti-Semitism has contributed greatly to this state of affairs. For those who pursue this agenda of exploitation, I'm afraid it's been a success story. Now, how can we judge this to be the case? I expect this audience in particular is familiar with the evidence of this. Let me just mention 3. First of all, take BDS, the deliberate campaign to have BDS categorized as anti-Semitic has had great success in this country and in America and so on. Yes, it's being battled all the time, but nonetheless been very effective to attach this label to what is a non-violent form of protest against Israeli human rights abuses and so on. Secondly, the general the generation of moral panic over Labour and anti-Semitism. We know that one of the things feeding this has been bitter arguments within the party over whether anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And the result has been to freeze open discussion of Palestinian rights. The scale of the problem for Labour in terms of public belief about what is going on was revealed in a book, Bad News for Labour, which I've got here, a book initiated by Greg Philo of the Glasgow Media Group, and of which I am a co-author. And this book quotes survey data commissioned for the book, showing that on average, those questioned believed that 34% of Labour Party members had complaints about anti-Semitism made against them, 34%, when the actual figure was a fraction of 1%. And then thirdly, of course, there's the adoption in the UK of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism, a process in this country which has kind of turned it into a sort of holy writ, and it's being used, as we know, to chill freedom of speech. There are documented examples of this, but it could be actually that self-censorship, in order not to fall foul of the working definition, is far more serious. I interviewed actually John McDonnell for this book, Bad News for Labour, and he said to me that he believed that Palestinian members of the Labour Party do feel this. They felt that they've had to remain silent because of the danger of saying something that would, as it were, contravene the IHRA working definition. Now, who and what is responsible for this? Well, I think one should scotch any idea that there is a sort of exploitation of anti-Semitism central, as if there's some all-powerful hidden hand behind this. Rather, a considerable range of organizations, groups, individuals, governments, international bodies contributing to the exploitation of anti-Semitism and doing it remarkably transparently, actually, and proudly, even though it would be wrong to say that all are consciously or deliberately exploiting anti-Semitism for this purpose. In some cases, a misplaced genuine concern about anti-Semitism has led to actions which impact negatively on the possibility of expressing legitimate criticism of Israel. So, I mean, what are we talking about in terms of these forces? First of all, clearly Israel specifically, and there are various sources of this book, specifically the Ministry for Strategic Affairs and its offshoots like the Coordinating Forum for Countering Anti-Semitism. This works at an international political level, government bodies, working with government bodies and Jewish organizations to exploit anti-Semitism for this purpose. Then in the UK here, anti-Semitism organizations which are almost outdoing each other in targeting anti-Zionism and BDS and trying to outlaw open discussion of these kinds of things. Then American Jewish organizations, particularly the American Jewish Committee and the Anti-Defamation League that operate internationally, they're contributing to this process. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance itself, which is a rather curious body, it doesn't really focus a great deal on the Holocaust, and it's not much of an alliance because a lot of the countries are there for their own very narrow national purposes. And then if we look more at the individual level, there's a whole slew of what I would call new anti-Semitism academics, like David Hirsch, Charles Small, Philip Spencer, Alan Johnson of Fathom magazine, who in their writing are effectively contributing to this demonization of criticism of Israel. And finally, social media. I mean, what can one say about social media? It's so vast, it's so extensive. It's certainly a very, very significant area for distributing these kinds of ideas about criticizing Israel. So, a formidable array of forces. So what's currently being done to stop this? Well, nothing remotely to compare with what's being done to promote it. Of course, there are many individuals, including those on this panel and in this hall, and others working to achieve this in our writing, speaking, organizing, And there's much excellent material out there exposing this exploitation, but not many are listening. You could say that indirectly, building support for BDS helps. Support for BDS, it seems to me, is growing despite the labeling of it as anti-Semitic. BDS activism doesn't stop the exploitation of anti-Semitism, but one could say that it neutralizes a small element of that exploitation to some extent. Then, within the arena of the Labour Party, the Jewish Voice for Labour, the group is not affiliated formally to the Labour Party, but very active within the Labour Party, has been engaged in the most highly charged battle to stop the exploitation. For JVL, it's not just a political, but a moral, even an existential imperative, because they see that what is being done ostensibly to protect Jews is at odds with their Jewish identity and their Jewish values, and is actually achieving precisely the opposite of protecting Jews. And they've characterized what's going on as a witch hunt, fighting it in the party case by case. But I believe they themselves would admit that this ground warfare that they've been engaged in has not produced much in the way of success. Then there are those, JVL included, who are taking on and testing the IHRA working definition at face value when it says in its text and in its examples that legitimate criticism of Israel is allowed. But they're also trying to replace it with an alternative definition which treats discourse about Israel and Zionism in a different way. But neither of these efforts, I think, has really proved effective. Of course, there are other ways of fighting back against this that we see in ad hoc letters to the editor, and again on social media, striking back at this exploitation. It's very actively being undertaken, but it's very hard to know that it's had any real success, except perhaps in acting as an echo chamber for us critics ourselves. Now, what undermines the effectiveness of these efforts, I believe, is twofold. One, the lack of coordination between groups and individuals engaged in fighting back against the exploitation of anti-Semitism. But secondly, and more important, treating the problem as a series of isolated bushfires rather than looking at the wider picture and seeking to understand how we got to where we are now. Without that, I don't see how we could stop the exploitation of anti-Semitism for these purposes. So let me address this briefly now under a heading I call the redefinition of anti-Semitism as new anti-Semitism. Now, in modern times, anti-Semitism has always been subject to politicization. This largely went on in Jewish communities where there was disagreement about the way incidents of anti-Semitism should be dealt with politically, whether it was best to play down such incidents as publicity could make matters worse, or vigorously publicize them because history, especially the Holocaust, teaches us that we must speak out or even err on the side of exaggeration. But for 4 to 5 decades after World War II, there was a broad consensus about what anti-Semitism was. This consensus broke down, however, when opinion in the Jewish world among pro-Israel activists, some Jewish and Israeli Jewish academic experts on anti-Semitism and Jewish defense groups, struggling to cope with the growing international criticism of Israel from 1967 onwards, worked their way to concluding that anti-Zionism was either a cloak to disguise anti-Semitic sentiment or that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are one and the same thing. Some dubbed this a new phenomenon, calling it the new anti-Semitism and defining it as treating Israel as, quote, the persecuted Jew among the nations, end quote. The notion began to gain traction towards the end of the 1970s, but it was only after 9/11 that it replaced the classic anti-Semitic image of the Jew as the principal form of anti-Semitism in the minds, educational materials, and anti-Semitism activist programs of many institutions, communal, educational, academic, Israel advocacy across the Jewish world, including in Israel. Up to the turn of the century, this was largely an ad hoc organic process, but the Israeli government's decision to exploit what the new anti-Semitism idea or theory or notion offered by way of a threat characterized as facing all Jews in order to bolster its international position, and the decision of initially one of the major American Jewish organizations, the American Jewish Committee, to codify the notion of the new anti-Semitism, brought the two, the Israeli government and American Jewish Committee, together in a single sustained campaign. Its initial public manifestation was the publishing and publicizing of the European Union Monitoring Centre Working Definition of Anti-Semitism in 2005, which the EU and other international institutions and governments were encouraged to adopt. This had some success, but the effort stalled when the EUMC was closed down and its successor, the Fundamental Rights Agency, at first disowned it. The AJC then teamed up with the Simon Wiesenthal Center and, with the support of the Israel Ministry of Strategic Affairs, worked to revive the working definition, put it back into the international arena, more or less reshaping the IHRA to be the vehicle for this. And so the IHRA working definition, practically word for word, the same as the EUMC working definition, was successfully packaged for public consumption and in 2016 became, we are told by the IHRA itself, the international gold standard, the universally accepted, unamendable definition of anti-Semitism that we know and love. So that's how it has been brought back into the public domain. Now, this framing of this definition was never really an academic exercise, although some academics were involved in it. It was deliberately created to provide the key examples of where anti-Israel or anti-Zionist discourse was claimed to be anti-Semitic. Though the examples in the definition are all prefaced with the words could be, meaning they could be anti-Semitic or they could not be anti-Semitic, the explicit intention of the original framers was that these examples should be understood as anti-Semitic, period. And in this, despite the conditional words, they succeeded, because in reality, that is the way most of those deploying this definition, deploying it in any way, see it. So what the IHRA working definition does, and why it's so significant, is that it underpins practically all efforts to have national governments, international organizations, local authorities, etc., ban BDS in Germany, for example, prevent public discussions of whether Israel is a racist endeavor here in the UK, and treat anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, which is what President Macron has done in France. The point of explaining this is to show that what we are currently doing in terms of combating this exploitation of anti-Semitism is inefficient firefighting in the face of this grand and highly successful and coordinated effort. My contention is that if the weaponization of anti-Semitism can ever be stopped by human agency, or at least its impact greatly reduced, we have to tackle the problem at its roots. So what precisely is wrong with new anti-Semitism theory? Well, it holds that for someone to count as an anti-Semite, it is sufficient to hold any view ranging from criticism of the policies of the current Israeli government to denial that Israel has the right to exist as a state, without having to subscribe to any of those tropes and images that historians have traditionally regarded as making up an anti-Semitic worldview. For example, hatred of Jews per se, belief in a worldwide Jewish conspiracy, belief that Jews generated communism, controlled capitalism, that Jews are racial mutants, etc. In effect, the essence of new anti-Semitism theory is to drain the word of anti-Semitism of any useful meaning. Now, I am quoting actually from myself here because I wrote an article in 2002 where I said this for Prospect magazine. And I'm afraid to say that I was right. The door was thrown wide open to labeling any Jewish sensitivity anti-Semitic. At that time, the use of the redefinition was mostly confined to deflecting criticism of Israel's increasingly repressive treatment of Palestinians and its ongoing expropriation of Palestinian land. But fast forward, the full dangers of what was done are apparent. The resurgence of old-style far-right, white supremacist, neo-fascist and neo-Nazi anti-Semitism has proved new anti-Semitism theorists wrong. The new anti-Semitism allows populist, nativist, far-right leaders of countries such as Poland, Hungary, Russia, Brazil, the United States, Netanyahu's best friends, who profess love of Israel but encourage anti-Semitism at home by demonizing Jewish political opponents, especially those who are liberal, critical of Israel, etc., a free pass to demonize Jews. It's led to widespread confusion in the general public and among Jews as to what anti-Semitism means, and to sheer absurdities, such as the accusation leveled just the other day at Jeremy Corbyn that when he referred to the now dead paedophile Jeffrey Epstein as Epstein, that this was anti-Semitic. In the past, an anti-Semite was someone who hated Jews. It seems we've reached a situation now where an anti-Semite is someone Jews hate. The point I'm making, and I'm just drawing to a close, is that the very vehicle, new anti-Semitism theory, dreamt up to protect Jews and the state that is presumed to be integral to a Jew's Jewishness, is actually doing the very opposite. Because if everything is anti-Semitic, nothing is. So to stop the exploitation, I would argue that a coordinated and concerted effort to highlight how dangerous this is, in fact, for Jews, has to be the way forward. This isn't easy because certain state actors themselves support this redefinition because it serves their own national interests. Now, there's one last final very important element to how I think it can be stopped, and mentioning it briefly before I finish is very unsatisfactory, I understand, and does not do justice to its importance, and I apologize for that. Let me say that although anti-Semitism, if it has any meaning, is all about Jews, stopping its exploitation to stifle criticism of Israel and justify denying Palestinians their rights has to address the latter crucial problem, denying Palestinians their rights, head on. Jews and Palestinians are dual victims of this exploitation project. And it seems to me that there is insufficient clarity and unity of focus on pressing the legitimate demands of the Palestinians for equal rights wherever they live in the de facto one-state Israel-Palestine area, and on making it clear that the two-state solution is dead. Let me be clear that I'm not positing an equivalence of suffering. So if there is to be anything like an end to the exploitation of anti-Semitism to silence Israel's critics, it needs to be based on a new dual narrative which clearly and unambiguously demonstrates that for Jews, their human rights are being put at risk by this exploitation, and for Palestinians, whose human rights are already severely curtailed or virtually non-existent, it puts the justice to which they are entitled even further out of reach than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So, may I invite Professor Ilan Pape, a professor with the College of Social Sciences and International Studies at the University of Exeter. Thank you.
You'll tell me after 10 minutes, right? Yes. Or 15, I don't know. Okay. Hi. It's a great pleasure to be here and share the podium with such excellent speakers. I was asked to do a bit of distribution of labor with Tony, who focused on the UK, and I was asked to cover Europe, analyzing the tactics of weaponizing anti-Semitism in Europe in order to stifle debate over Israel and Palestine, and talk about possible strategies that can be carried out in the European continent. Let me say from the beginning, I think that actually Britain is a very crucial actor in Europe when it comes to this particular topic. Namely, I don't think that our early successes in challenging this alleged and false equation that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism will be a successful project in the continent. If it has a chance of being a successful campaign, it is here. And if it is successful here, it will impact Europe as a whole. So don't expect places like Germany, Italy, or France to be the venues where people will come out with effective counter campaigns of this particular desperate attempt by Israel to stifle and silence the criticism on the state's ideology, policies, and strategies. The Israelis are helpless in the face of the change, the shift, the fundamental shift, even in Europe, in the public opinion in favor of the Palestinian cause. They feel still quite secure in using either intimidation or timidity or guilt complex to secure the political elites in Europe to continue their support for Israel, or when they rebuke Israel, never to make it too harsh, and definitely not in such a significant way that would force Israel to change its policies. So this is how it is viewed from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, that the major thrust is not towards, in Europe, unlike in Britain, is not towards politicians, but the major thrust is towards civil society. Britain is a different case, or became a different case, only when Jeremy Corbyn was elected as a leader of the Labour Party. And as Jeremy himself never thought he would be elected as a leader of the Labour Party. Definitely the Israeli Mossad could not predict it. And there was a shock, as much as there was a shock among Jeremy's friends, a similar shock and trauma occurred in the corridors of powers of the Mossad. And when they had to strategize again, because up to that moment, all the efforts of Israel were towards civil society, not towards political elites. They thought, and rightly so, that most political elites in Europe are in their pocket, that they have nothing to worry about governments. They have nothing to worry about major parties in any country, including Britain, and rightly so in many ways. And this is where something has changed, and Tony did an excellent job in explaining that. So I think it's very important to understand that European politicians are not yet targeted by Israel. They are seen, unfortunately, rightly so, as part of the Israeli network of influence and impact. The Israeli worries in Europe are about the civil society. Now, in order to understand what Israel is doing in Europe and how we can challenge it, as I said, apart from challenging it through Britain in order to influence the rest of Europe, we have to go back a little bit in history. The European political system, and until recently also European civil society, worked or engaged with the question of Palestine on the basis of a tacit, implicit understanding that was formulated immediately after the Holocaust in the years between 1945 to 1948. It's a crucial period for understanding European position towards Zionism in Israel. In those years, the Zionist leadership, and later on the early Israeli leadership, worked out a formula with countries such as Britain, France, and Western Germany to create a new kind of equation between the wish of Europe to integrate a new Germany as quickly as possible into the civilized world, given the horrific history of Germany during the Second World War. You needed to re-legitimize Germany as a civilized nation because of the Cold War. And in return, as Israel would lead this process of legitimization, in return, Europe would give Israel carte blanche to do whatever it wants in Palestine. This was already struck in 1945, but became a far more official kind of contract in 1952. But in between those years, that was the formula that was built. The Israelis, pretending to be the ultimate representatives of the victims of the Holocaust, legitimize a new Germany, if you want, kosherize a new Germany, in return for a European silence and lack of any criticism on the policies of ethnic cleansing leading to 1948, in 1948, and after 1948. And not much has changed in this respect. The Israelis feel, rightly so, that this formula still works despite the end of the Cold War, despite of the unification of Germany and the changing circumstances in Europe. Europe, at least at the level of political elites, and at least at this moment in time, is not deviating in any earnest way from this tacit understanding. Of course, it becomes easier for Europeans once there is a charade inside Israel that Niamh Gordon had shown us very clearly has nothing to do with the reality of different Israeli political opinions about the Palestinians, namely that Israel is made of a peace camp and a national camp, and that helps it gives the Europeans some margins of action, especially the two-state solution gives the Europeans the best outlet from the complexity that this understanding creates, namely anything that happens in what used to be 80% of Palestine is not relevant to any discussion in Europe about the future of Israel and Palestine. So only what's happening in the West Bank, in the Gaza Strip, is an area where Europeans can voice criticism, but without really challenging the ideology behind these criminal policies that are being acted on the ground. Now, because civil society in Europe, especially after this first Intifada, was beginning to shift, and because the main electorate for Israel in Europe, the Jewish communities, had a generational change, I would say even a generational debate about Israel, its policies, and its identity, Israel began to invest since 2005 quite a lot of money and efforts to try and stop the shift in European civil society towards supporting the Palestinian cause. Of course, as you know, most of the Israeli effort since 2005 was directed towards the United States, where the big catastrophe for Israel was losing the young Jewish generation of the United States. This is something the Israelis still don't know how to deal with, but luckily for them, they have the Christian Zionists to rely on. They don't have a strong, although there are Christian Zionists in Europe, they are not an important part of the network. The important part of the network for Israel are the Jewish communities in Europe. 10% of them hold Israeli citizenship. Of course, potentially all of them are Israeli citizens, according to the Israeli law of return, even those who were not born. This is 5 minutes out of 20 or 5 minutes out of 5? Out of 15. Okay, I thought we had 15 to 20. That's okay. Never mind. Okay, I understand the 5 minutes. Now, the inability to manipulate the Jewish communities to become, if you want, the ambassadors or the agents that provide the counter challenge to the shift in European public opinion led to rely again on governments and less on the society itself. And I think the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that Tony also mentioned was an important product of this Israeli understanding that you forget about public opinion, work with the governments, and create kind of a legal framework that would fight BDS or changes in public opinion. And they don't invest that much anymore in trying to change the views from below, if you want, on Palestine in Europe. So what can be done in 3 minutes? I think that one of the most important things that we should do in Europe, and I will be more specific about the IHRA definition. I think Tony gave its principles, but I think we should go to the master document even in more details and challenge it here in this venue, for instance, and in meetings all over the European continent. I will just give 3 examples of what we should insist should be the topics of the next meetings for this organization that convened this excellent conference and for similar organizations in Europe. We should violate actively the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in its clauses that refer to Israel, especially clause 5. And here are 3 things we should teach people about, inform politicians about, and insist that it's our legitimate right to discuss in direct violation of the IHRA definition. Namely, we will be taking a risk, as I'm going to take a risk now, of being called anti-Semites, or in my case, a self-hating Jew, which is an illness that doctors told us, Tony, there is no cure. There's no cure. They've tried to find a medicine, but there's no way. So, the first from this is if you're defining Judaism as a religion, and you refute the definition of Judaism as nationalism, you're an anti-Semite according to the IHRA definition. So here I am stating, for me, Judaism will never be nationalism. Judaism is not a national idea. Judaism is a faith, it's a religion, and it was politicized as nationalism in order to colonize Palestine and uproot the Palestinians. Secondly, according to the definition of the IHRA, you are not allowed at all to make any comparison between Nazism and what Israel is doing on the ground. Nazism started in 1933 and ended in 1945. And there are definitely aspects, in fact, the worst aspects of the Nazi genocide, thank God, are not comparable to what Israel is doing. However, a lot of things that were done before the extermination happened in 1942 are comparable to Israeli policies on the ground. And the lesson from the Holocaust is that it can happen in Palestine as well. And when you say this, you are not an anti-Semite. You are someone who is loyal to humanity, to human values, and who care about injustice wherever it exists. And we should not be afraid of this. Finally, and with this I would end, finally, according to this definition, quite a lot of Israeli historians I know who accused Israel of manipulating the Holocaust memory in order to demonize the Palestinians, in order to justify the worst criminal policies Israel pursued against the Palestinians, are, in this definition, anti-Semites. Because all of them are Jews, I would say all of them are self-hating Jews or anti-Semites. I think this is very important to not to shun a full discussion in the open in the way that the Holocaust memory is being used in order to Nazify the Palestinians, in order to justify the inhumanity towards the Palestinians, and to provide a shield of morality to the most immoral project in the land of Palestine. We have to do this not only because it's a ridiculous definition of the IHRA, because it is at the heart of the relationship, with this I would end, between Europe, Israel, and Palestine. At the heart of this relationship, in this respect, I think that Britain is an exceptional case which has to be dealt differently. But at the heart of the European engagement with Israel and Palestine is the fact that Europe never had a closure for its anti-Semitic chapters, and especially the Holocaust. Europe has not dealt properly with this question by blaming only the Nazis or the Germans and disregarding what the municipalities in Belgium, in Holland, in France, in Denmark, in Norway have done at that period. They were absolved from dealing properly from a structural racism that can easily be transferred, as we have seen, from Jews to Muslims, from Jews to Gypsies, to Jews to other minorities. Europe takes the moral high ground to colonize the rest of the world in the 19th century, and now takes the moral high ground by allowing Israel to be an exceptional case of abusing human rights and civil rights in an area that needs a proper discussion about these issues, but cannot have it as long as this exceptionalism is safeguarded by European politics and European politicians. Thank you.
Standing ovation. Okay, thank you very much, Ilan. Thank you very much. Next up, we have David Cronin, an Irish journalist and a political activist living in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Good afternoon, everybody. European Union representatives often claim to defend free expression. Sometimes their claims are dishonest. Over the past few years, the Brussels bureaucracy has been enabling a crackdown on dissent. The target of this crackdown is the Palestine solidarity movement. In December 2015, a German official called Katharina von Schnurbein was appointed the European Union's coordinator against anti-Semitism. Since taking up that position, Katharina von Schnurbein has repeatedly abused it. It is no exaggeration to say that Katharina von Schnurbein is an agent of a foreign state, namely the state of Israel. Katharina von Schnurbein is an agent insofar as she acts in Israel's perceived interests, regardless of whether she is paid by Israel to do so. Israel and its lobbying network have devoted considerable resources towards waging a dirty war against advocates of BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions. This dirty war has been greatly assisted by Katharina von Schnurbein. She has made a series of unsubstantiated allegations against the Palestine solidarity movement. One of her favorite claims is that BDS activities can have discriminatory repercussions for Jewish students in Europe. Katharina von Schnurbein has declined to produce evidence of such repercussions when she has been challenged. The dirty war became even dirtier a couple of months ago when Gilad Erdan, an Israeli government minister, went to Brussels so that he could launch a study, in inverted commas, attacking prominent BDS advocates. Katharina von Schnurbein participated in the launch of this study, and during it, she repeated the lie that the BDS movement is motivated by anti-Semitism. Gilad Erdan's visit to Brussels was arranged by the European Jewish Association. What is the European Jewish Association? Despite presenting itself as a religious or a communal group, the European Jewish Association really serves as an extension of the Israeli embassy in Brussels. The European Jewish Association has scheduled discussions between Israeli representatives and the European Union institutions, as well as organizing a number of joint events with the Israeli government. The European Jewish Association has a significant amount of money at its disposal. Its latest entry in the European Union's so-called transparency register says the association had a budget worth almost 4 million euros in 2017. 4 million euros is worth approximately 3.4 or 3.5 million pounds. Where does that money come from? I recently contacted the European Jewish Association asking how much funding it receives from the Israeli state. The European Jewish Association refused to answer that question. The European Jewish Association is in the vanguard of the dirty war against the Palestine solidarity movement. Earlier this year, it urged candidates taking part in the European Parliament elections to reject Palestinian calls for a boycott of Israel. It is also pushing political parties across Europe to formally adopt policies declaring BDS activities as anti-Semitic. Those of you who have been following the surrounding issues will probably not be surprised to learn that the European Jewish Association is peddling a very dubious definition of anti-Semitism. That definition was endorsed by a club of 33 governments called the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or the IHRA, in 2016. Yet the definition was actually drafted as part of a European Union exercise conducted more than a decade previously, as Tony mentioned earlier. Who did the European Union's officials invite to help with drafting this definition? The answer is a number of pro-Israel lobby groups. Because time is limited, I will not outline the history of the definition in detail now. If you would like to find out more, I would encourage you to read a report that I had a role in preparing. The title of this report is The Israel Lobby and the European Union, and I believe that there are still some copies available outside this room. My friends, The real purpose of the IHRA definition is not to protect Jews from persecution. The real purpose is to protect Israel from accountability. Among other things, as I think Ilan mentioned a moment ago, the definition and an accompanying memorandum suggest that describing Israel's foundation as a racist endeavor can be regarded as anti-Semitic. The aforementioned Katharina von Schnurbein has interpreted that suggestion as applying to Israel's present-day policies and behavior. She has argued that people who label Israel an apartheid state are anti-Semitic, according to the IHRA definition. She is therefore trying to muzzle those who tell the truth about Israel, which very clearly is an apartheid state. Another demand made by the pro-Israel lobby was for the European Union to involve police forces in combating alleged anti-Semitism. That demand has been granted. During the summer, a European Union working group on anti-Semitism was formed with police forces from individual member states, from individual European Union countries invited to participate. The fact that this European Union working group will be guided by the IHRA definition is troubling, to put it mildly. The definition is supposed to be legally non-binding. So why are police forces being consulted about its application? It is not unreasonable, my friends, to ask if calling out Israeli racism will become a criminal offense. It is not unreasonable to fear that the murky alliance between the European Union and Israel's lobbying network will have chilling effects on freedom of expression. Let us not, however, be intimidated in any way by the dirty war against the Palestine solidarity movement. Let us respond to the dirty war by shouting even louder for peace, justice, and equality in Palestine. Let us all stand firm against the bullies in the pro-Israel lobby. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Next up, we have Ben Jamal, the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Europal and MIMO for the invitation, and it is an honour and somewhat daunting to speak last after such a distinguished lineup of speakers. I've been asked to say something about the current challenges in campaigning for Palestinian rights in Europe. My main focus is going to be on the UK and what we can do to withstand those challenges and continue to build strength in the solidarity movement. And in doing that, I'm going to cover some of the ground we've heard in mapping out what are the challenges we face. but I'm going to attempt to leave some time at the end as we look at how we move forward to say something about what gives me hope in our ability, as David has just said, to withstand these challenges and to continue to build solidarity. Now, first of all, just to take the conversation back to the situation on the ground in Palestine. As the solidarity movement, we need to take our lead from the Palestinian people, and our campaigns have to reflect both what the Palestinians are asking for in solidarity, but what is the shape of the struggle on the ground. Now, stepping aside the very real challenge for the solidarity movement of answering the question, who speaks for the Palestinians, and I say that as a Palestinian myself, what is clear and uncontroversial is that Palestinians need a strong global solidarity movement more now than ever. I've been campaigning on justice for Palestine for over 20 years. There's never been a point during those 20 years when I couldn't honestly say that the situation on the ground was not worsening, but that has never been more true than now. The alliance between Israel, Donald Trump's administration, some of the Gulf states, supported by far-right governments across the world, is creating the conditions for the most serious assault on the collective rights of the Palestinians, what many Palestinians are routinely referring to as a new or renewed Nakba. And some of you will recall the call, a coalition of Palestinian civil society organisations that came together last year to issue a call for global solidarity in response to Trump's looming deal of the century, which they characterised, and I quote, as nothing short of an attempt to liquidate the Palestinian cause entirely. You know the facts that are being mapped out on the ground. We've seen the US moving its embassy to Jerusalem. We've seen settlements expanding at the fastest rate since Oslo. We've seen Netanyahu, in the context of the recent Israeli elections, threatening to annex 30% of the West Bank. We've seen last week the US government declaring it no longer regards settlements as illegal, never mind the Fourth Geneva Convention, never mind the judgments of the ICJ, the ECJ, and numerous Security Council resolutions. We've seen the tightening siege on Gaza and Israel responding to the Palestinians who continue to march week by week since March of 2018 in the Great Return March, responding with live fire, killing over 300 and injuring and maiming more than 35,000. We've seen the passing of the nation-state law, which cements more than 60 laws that already discriminate against Palestinians, citizens of Israel, but embeds that discrimination within the Constitution. And we've seen centrally the assault on the funding and the functioning of UNRWA, but the need to understand that as part and parcel of an attempt to redefine the status of a refugee so that it only applies to those expelled directly in 1948 and not to their descendants. And all of this coming together in Trump's so-called deal of the century, a deal that offers the Palestinian people the promise of huge economic investment in return for giving up their collective rights. Give up, if you like, your struggle for freedom in return for the promise you may be allowed to live a little more comfortably inside your chains. And at the heart of this narrative, of course, is a deeply racist formulation that Palestinians are not a people, not a nation with a history and a collective identity, but rather individuals with needs, and a colonial assumption that there are those who are wiser and better equipped than the Palestinian people themselves to say how those needs should be met. And we also finally, I think, have to understand this politics in the context of the emerging politics of the far right across the world that seeks to disrupt or overthrow fundamental principles that are the glue of a decent society. The rule of law, domestically and internationally, principles of social and international justice rooted in the idea that rights belong to all because of a shared, agreed, common humanity and are not to be allocated on the basis of race, ethnicity, culture or religion. A politics we see on the rise in India, in Brazil, in Central Europe, here in the UK, in the US and for years within Israel. So that's a snapshot of some of the geopolitical challenges that currently shape the Palestinian struggle on the ground. And as we've heard, what we are also centrally witnessing is this attempt to suppress and delegitimize the global solidarity movement. As we've heard, it's not new. Israel has always fought a propaganda war that has tried to frame all Palestinian resistance as illegitimate and all support for that resistance as equally illegitimate and fueled by sinister hatreds. But this, again, as we've heard, has become sharper, more coordinated, better resourced in recent years. And as Ilan was saying, this is a function or direct response to Israel's recognition some years ago that it was losing the battle for global public opinion, was risking cultural and political isolation, and in particular, its recognition of the strategic threat posed to it by the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement. You can draw many timelines on this, but I think a significant moment for me came in 2010 when an Israeli think tank, the Reut Institute, produced a report saying in broad terms exactly what I've just said, that Israel was losing the battle for opinion, that it risked political and cultural isolation, and that the Israeli government needed to take the threat of BDS seriously. The Institute launched that report in London in 2010 because it said the UK was the hub of the global solidarity movement, and it mapped out a strategy of response with which Israel, having created a Ministry of Strategic Affairs with a brief to coordinate anti-BDS action globally, has largely followed. It's involved the use of lawfare, using legal threats, and where possible, the introduction of legislation to close down BDS activism. We've seen in the United States, over 20 states introduce anti-BDS laws. We've seen this in France. In Germany, as you'll be aware, the Parliament passed a resolution, not legally binding, but with political impact, that defined BDS as inherently anti-Semitic. And here in the UK, we've seen the government in 2016 introduce regulations that would prevent local government pension schemes from divesting from companies complicit in Israel's violation of international law. And as most of you, I hope, will know, PSC took the government to court. We won in the High Court. Hold on a minute. We lost in the appeal court. But this week, on Wednesday, we were back in the Supreme Court for the final judgment, which will arrive in the next 2 to 3 months. And by the way, this is a very expensive case. So if there is anybody in the audience, particularly those of you with deep pockets, who have not yet contributed to our fighting fund, please come and see me afterwards, hopefully with a large bucket. So, underpinning, as we've heard, all of these actions is a drive, as the Reut Institute put it, to delegitimize the delegitimizers. That is to reframe human rights activism as something hostile, bigoted, and anti-Semitic. And as we've heard, the usage of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is a key tool in this. The fundamental strategy is to separate out the Palestine solidarity movement from the mainstream, and in particular, drive a wedge between the Palestine solidarity movement and other progressive causes. So that's the terrain and the current shape of some of the challenges we face. So what do we do? Well, first of all, we need to robustly defend our space. We need to challenge the attempts to reframe who we are, challenge the attempts to conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, and challenge any attempt to introduce law or regulations that attempt to prevent the rights of Palestinians in the first place to bring the facts of their dispossession into the public domain, but the rights of others within the solidarity movement to protest and to advocate on our behalf. And I was going to give some examples of the type of actions we can take, but maybe we can leave that to the Q&A. Secondly, we need to turn the conversation on racism by centering the Palestinian struggle within the broader anti-racist struggle, by making clear in our narratives that the Palestinians are fighting against an unjust structure of power which is based on the precepts that rights belong to one people and not another because of race, ethnicity, cultural or religious difference, depending on how one wishes to describe Jewishness. This means demonstrating that when we call Israel an apartheid state, this is not just a legitimate form of expression, but an accurate one. And in taking forward then our campaigns for boycott, divestment and sanctions, we make clear that the argument for BDS is an argument founded on support for universal principles of rights, supported by international law and conventions on human rights, rooted in anti-racism, a campaign that targets not identity but complicity. Next, we are smart and strategic in our approach. This means recognizing what power we hold and what power our opponents hold, and what are the levers that we need to choose to use that will best persuade those we need to persuade to take action. So let me give you an example of what I mean by this. We are clear of what constitutes the core collective rights of the Palestinian people and represent the core demands of the BDS movement: an end to the occupation of the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza, equality for Palestinian citizens of Israel, and the right of return for all Palestinian refugees. All of these demands need to be part of our wider campaigning, and the educative work that we do, which outlines the Palestinian story and the roots of the struggle, needs to reflect and shed light on all of these core rights. But we also recognise the political space we inhabit and the strategic levers which support these demands. So if we were asking, for example, where in the UK Parliament is there currently cross-party consensus, then regardless of what Donald Trump says, it would be on the question of the illegality of settlements. And that's why, for example, PSC has made one of its key asks in Parliament a ban on the import of settlement goods, which speaks to what international law has to say about the obligations of states to take actions against violation of that law. Finally, we sustain hope. Not a hope that is rooted in blind optimism, but a hope that is rooted in awareness of history and what is required to achieve progressive goals. Now, I can remember vividly standing some years ago in Trafalgar Square, listening to the then Palestine ambassador, Afif Safia, speaking at a rally. And he said this: "Do not presume," he said, "that progress is inevitable. Do not presume in the impossibility of the Palestinian people becoming the Native Americans of the Middle East." Now, in saying that, he was not trying to create a council of despair. Rather, his point was that history does not work by itself to resolve injustice. It requires people to act. He was reminding us that the only thing necessary for evil to prevail is that good people do nothing. So hope must be rooted in our belief in our capacity to persuade good people to do something. So what gives me hope? Well, my hope this year has come from the evidence of the strength and resilience of the Palestinian cause that has been built in the UK over many years across civil society, and in particular within the trade union movement. Most of the trade unions in the UK are affiliated to the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. And in September this year, at the TUC conference, despite a long campaign to undermine trade union support and to drive a wedge between the trade unions and PSC, which included the Israeli embassy sending a delegation to this year's TSC to lobby the leadership, despite all of that, the TUC passed a motion confirming that solidarity with Palestine would be one of their 4 international priorities, committing the movement to closer partnership working with PSC, reaffirming the core collective rights of the Palestinian people, including the right of return, and committing the TUC to strengthen their work targeting companies complicit in Israel's violation of international law and human rights. A similar motion was passed overwhelmingly at the Labour Party conference as well, and this week, as many of you will have seen, the Labour manifesto contained for the very first time a commitment to suspend arms sales to Israel. My hope this year have come from the campaigns being built on UK universities. This year, over 100 students attended a 2-day conference to build a campaign within the framework of Apartheid Off Campus that seeks to build divestment campaigns targeting university investments in complicit companies. Next week, on Wednesday, there will be a national day of action with events and protests at more than 30 universities. My hope this year has come from the evidence of our ability as a solidarity movement to build intersectional alliances that join and link the Palestinian struggle with other progressive causes and movements. So to give examples, the divestment campaigns I've just referenced being built at universities are being built in partnership with our environmental groups under the slogan apartheid and fossil free, creating synergy by targeting companies like HSBC, for example, that are complicit both in their financing of the Israeli arms trade, but also in fossil fuel investment. Last year, our campaign targeting HSBC also drew support from LGBT groups who joined us in protesting HSBC's sponsorship of Birmingham Pride. And those of you who attended the protests in London over the last year and a half against Donald Trump's visits, which brought together a whole range of women's rights organisations, environmental organisations, international justice groups, cannot but have noticed the huge range of Palestine flags throughout the protests and will have recalled one of the key slogans of these events. From Palestine to Mexico, all the racist walls must go. It's a synergy and an intersectional alliance also reflected within the growing World Without Walls campaign. Now, interestingly, 2 years ago, the Rayo Institute did a follow-up to its 2010 report. It concluded that despite the huge resources being invested and the coordinated efforts being made to delegitimize the Palestine Solidarity Movement, the movement was continuing to adapt and continuing to grow. In other words, the report said the strategy is not working. So finally, if we talk about what needs to give us hope, if we return to the strategy being unveiled by Israel with the support of Donald Trump within the framework of the deal of the century, this to succeed demands 2 things. It demands, first of all, that the Palestinian people give up their resistance. It rests on the belief that if you place them as a people under such conditions of hardship, they will give in and accept the promise of a better life in exchange for their rights. But those Palestinians who week after week, in the face of live fire, continue to march for their rights and their freedom, like their brothers and sisters before them in Alabama and in Sharpeville are demonstrating that the Palestinian people will never give up their struggle for justice and equality for one simple reason. When you are denied the rights you are owed as a human being, resistance is not a right, it is an obligation. Secondly, and finally, Israel's strategy demands that the world turns away and leaves the Palestinian people to their plight, that people will not show solidarity. Now, solidarity begins as an act of empathy, as an act of love, as a message that says we recognise our common humanity, we recognise that an injustice to you is an injustice to all, and we stand with you. The growth of the international solidarity movement is, and will continue to be, fueled by the recognition by those who have seen the injustices being perpetrated on the Palestinian people that we also have an obligation. We are not obliged, like our brothers and sisters in Gaza, to walk unarmed into the line of fire, but we are obliged to continue to campaign, to protest, to march, to boycott, to show active solidarity until the Palestinian people enjoy what is their birthright: freedom, justice and equality in their historic homeland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben, and thank you to all our four speakers. I'm sure you agree they're four very thought-provoking talks. We have roughly half an hour for a Q&A. Can I please ask you, we're not looking for any comments, we're looking for very precise questions to maximize the amount of time. I'm sure we're expecting a lot of questions in this panel. So, yes, the gentleman in the white shirt, in the check shirt. Yeah.
Prepared question, so if you can suffer this, I'll be as quick as I can. Regarding anti-Semitism, don't we need to be clear about definitions? Zionism has little to do with Jews. When Zionists make accusations of AS, they're always talking about Israel and always style it all one word, lowercase, e.g. Labour anti-Semitism. They really don't care about Israel. They really don't care about hatred of Jews, which is anti-Semitism, spelled anti-capital S Semitism. In fact, they encourage it by drawing in Jews.
Sorry, what's the exact question?
I'm nearly finished. They conflate. I found a powerful counter to Zionists on Twitter is to ask them what the difference is between them. Jeffrey Alderman, who was on my thread for 18 months, admitted there was a difference, but that it was a secret.
Sorry, could we just have the question?
When I put the question to Nasher and Riley, etc., they immediately blocked me. It separates out Israel and Judaism, and Zionists fear it. What are the panel's comments on that?
Yeah, so would you, who would like to start? Anthony, would you like to start? Take a few, okay, we'll take two more questions then. Yep, so this gentleman here.
Hello? Tony Greatrix. I drafted this question before I arrived, actually, but the panel has answered quite a bit, but I still think it's worth repeating the question. The main drafter of the working definition and examples of the IHRA code was Kenneth S. Stern, who cautioned against the free speech implications of its use as a legal tool. With the adoption of the IHRA code through institutions, political parties, cultural and educational facilities throughout Europe, it has, as predicted, become a gagging tool for those involved in the European-wide pro-Palestinian struggle. When, as never before, have so many restraints...
Would you mind asking the question?
It's coming up to that.
Thank you.
Have been suppressed... Yeah, I'm just about to ask that. When has never before have so many restraints been introduced to suppress it? How does the panel envisage pursuing the pro-Palestinian struggle without challenging the IHRA code as well.
Okay.
Secondly,
thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Take the...
of the existing boundaries regarding Palestinian activism and discuss openly the influence of...
Thank you very much. One question per person. Thank you. This gentleman here.
My name is Jonathan Coulter. I'm the author of an article called Journalists Check Your Evidence Anti-Semitism, which is on the JVL website. I much recommend you read it. Not too long. I'm a non-Jewish member of JNP, and I'm a Liberal Democrat, though we're highly critical of the leadership.
Okay, sorry. Would you mind asking the question?
The question is this. What is the panel's view on a couple of propositions I often hear from leading Palestinian solidarity activists? Firstly, the first one, we should not devote much energy to combating the tsunami of assertions about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party and elsewhere in Britain. The real action is Palestine. So we just need to tell people about the oppression of the Palestinians. I call that the Shadowlands thesis, if you understand the irony of my reference to C.S. Lewis. The second question is, the second proposition is that we must not criticize Jeremy Corbyn because he is such an outstanding leader, it's true, for having stood up.
So I think that's, I think we're quite, huh? Yeah, okay, I think we're quite keen. Thank you. So, who would like to start? Ben?
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure which bits to pick up, but let me answer it in general terms and pick up something as well. I think that Anthony said, Tony said earlier in his contribution, which is that part of the challenge in how have we responded to these attempts to conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, the usage of the IHRA, is the difficulty in establishing a coordinated strategy. And part of the challenge is this. One of the things I wanted to say, there are two ways in which the IHRA is attempted, the attempts to use it. So one is the risk of direct usages of the IHRA to prevent events taking place. And I have to say, we've been policing this as PSC. Actually, in terms of, let me take one example, universities, where there are numerous attempts. There are a very organised lobby, led by an organisation called UK Lawyers for Israel, who routinely write to every vice-chancellor, who advise pro-Israel student groups on campus how to take action to stop Palestinian events taking place. But we have very few examples of events actually being prevented with the IHRA being cited. It's not actually happening. But the second way the IHRA is used, and this is something I think that Ilham referred to, is to create what I would call a chilling effect. So to create such a climate of hostility and fear around the question of Palestine that people actually become wary of speaking up. So there are numerous events maybe that don't take place that we don't know about because people choose not to hold them. And to give you one example of how this worked within the Labour Party, last summer when there were renewed attacks on Gaza after the beginning of the Right of Return March, PSC organised a whole series of demonstrations. For weeks, we could not get a single Labour MP to come and speak at a demonstration. They came back after the killings on May the 15th. You remember when I think 62 Palestinians were killed in one day. Cynically, maybe, I turned to someone at that demonstration and said, now we know exactly how many Palestinians need to die in a single day before people will find their courage again. So that's the danger. Now, the trap with the chilling effect, part of what this is designed to do is to force us in a place where we make every conversation, maybe this responds to Jonathan's point. The danger for us is we make every conversation a conversation about anti-Semitism, then effectively... No, let me answer the point.
Sorry,
Let me answer the point. This is the danger. So the challenge for us is this, and I said in what I said, my first point in saying what do we do is we have to robustly defend the space. We have to address how the IHRA is being used. We have to robustly attack attempts to try to use it to stifle Palestinian activism. But what we also need to do is to devote as much energy into creating space. So to create moments that actually empower people. And if I was going to give one example of this, 2 years ago at the Labour Party conference, PSC was being heavily lobbied after the entire summer where the newspapers have been filled with nothing else but stories about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. The Jewish Labour movement organised a rally on the first day of the Labour Party conference rallying against anti-Semitism, and PSC was lobbied by a number of bodies asking us, will you organise a counter-rally to the JLM rally? And we thought that would have been a fundamental strategic mistake. What we did instead was we organised a day of solidarity for the Palestinian people. We worked with others. For the first time in Labour Party history, a motion on Palestine was accepted from the floor, and we distributed 1,500 flags for people to take into the conference chamber, and all of our union allies worked with us to distribute those flags. Most of you remember the scenes as that motion was passed. It was an extraordinary, empowering moment, and what was happening was people in that hall were saying to each other, we can speak out on Palestine, there is a broad range of support, and it was an empowering moment. To me, that was a much better strategy than focusing our energy in our conversation around anti-Semitism. So that does not mean we do not challenge. We have to robustly defend the space, but we cannot make every conversation a conversation about anti-Semitism.
Ilan, would you like to? Other questions? David?
I just briefly address the question about Jeremy Corbyn, if that's okay. Yeah. First, I'm Irish. I'm not a member of the. I don't live in England. I'm not a member of the British Labour Party, so I don't feel like I have any. Although I do hope Mr. Corbyn does win the general election. I don't feel. I'm not taking any. I'm just watching the British general election from a distance. Having said that, I am the author of a book called Balfour's Shadow, which is available outside, if I'm allowed to do some shameless self-promotion. And in that book, I have demonstrated how the Labour Party has historically been very supportive of the state of Israel, of the Zionist project, and of the more recently of the state of Israel. Have things changed under Jeremy Corbyn? It is significant, as Ben mentioned, that the Labour Party manifesto commits Labour to an embargo on arms sales to Israel. That's a very welcome development. However, Jeremy Corbyn has, as far as I understand, personally appointed a woman called Emily Thornberry as the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and she, if Labour wins the general election, the chances are she could actually be the Foreign Secretary in that government. Emily Thornberry has said things that are very hostile towards the BDS movement. She has said things that are supportive of the state of Israel. She's taken part in events organised by Labour Friends of Israel, a pressure group within the Labour Party. So there are questions to be asked about whether Labour has really changed. I think regardless of who forms the next government in Britain, there'll still be a lot of work to do for the Palestine solidarity movement.
Anthony, would you like to add anything? Or?
Does anyone want me to respond? Which was? No, I shouldn't answer. Let me just say,
I think there's a danger here in over-analysing the IHRA definition. I mean, I agree fully with Ilan that one needs to look at it very closely and challenge it by not being afraid at all to contravene the examples. I mean, so we need to know what's in it. But, things to do with whether you spell anti-Semitism with a hyphen or whether it's all one word. I mean, these are, we can spend hours on this. Academics, historians of anti-Semitism do spend hours on this kind of thing and write a lot about it. And of course, it is most important in a historical context, but I don't think we really need to be detained by that. On the question that I think Ben answered very well in terms of the way Palestinian solidarity campaign deals with the issue of anti-Semitism and, demands to stage a counter-demonstration, et cetera. I think, you answered that issue very well, because I as a Jew, am very concerned about real anti-Semitism, but also very concerned about exceptionalizing our experience of anti-Semitism. And I feel that that is very dangerous for us, and it doesn't help as far as the Palestinians are concerned. And that's why in my opening remarks I made the point that while I think we have to understand the significance of the IHRA definition, and we need to undermine it, but at the same time, this has got to go hand in hand with an understanding that it's the Palestinians are the ones who are really suffering. It's the Palestinians who don't have rights. Jews are very lucky and quite rightly do have their rights in this country and in other countries, and also they have their rights in Israel. So I think it's very important that we don't exceptionalize the Jewish experience. We need to keep some balance here. We need to push the agenda. And I think the idea of of placing Palestinian concerns within the context of the general anti-racism struggle is an interesting, important idea and something we should work on, because we do need, at this time, particularly in this country, to be working together on an anti-racist struggle, whether that's against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-black racism, and anti-Palestinian feeling as well.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone on this side have a question? Okay, yes, the lady in the front. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Memo and to Europal Forum for organizing this conference. Perfectly, timed. I agree, that's right. Not only do we need to put Palestine at the heart of any anti-racist struggle, but also at the heart of climate change, environmental issues. Ben mentioned fossil fuel, that's right. But I think Extinction Rebellion, they've had a massive exposure.
Sorry, what's the
so
question?
The question is, should we absolutely, I'm so sorry, I'm doing it myself.
It's okay.
So that's right. Do we need to also put Palestine at the heart of any environmental movement?
Okay, thank you. Okay, the gentleman in the blue shirt.
It's Michael Shanahan, Scottish PSC. I noticed we weren't given notification by email until a couple of days ago. I did wonder to myself, were there any attempts made to prevent this meeting taking place, noting in fairly recent times a reluctance for this kind of meeting out at university, etc., etc.? That is a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the lady at the back with the green jumper, please.
Also. And the BDS movement has proven itself as the issue on which the Israeli state is saying that our movement is being successful. Given the way that the British press, media and everything have been going on because Jeremy Corbyn's leader of the Labour Party, whatever the result of the election, it seems to me, is that we have got to extend the BDS movement. We've been very, very successful. The emphasis is on divestment in the universities, the pension funds and all of that. But I think we'll have to take on all of this establishment after this election and educate the Labour movement, the Labour Party people and the broader public here in Britain again, because we were succeeding in changing the narrative. And I think we've got to mount a huge consumer boycott campaign,
Sorry,
because
do you
that
have a
can
question?
involve people. Would you agree? And have you got other ideas on which we can actually take the movement out onto the streets
Great.
again?
Thank you. Ilan, would you like to start? Sorry, you have to share the microphone with...
It's important to remember that one of the reasons Israel decided that the BDS is such a big threat has also to do with domestic Israeli politics. The minister Arden needed to justify a ministry that does not need to exist, the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, and he received $10 million as a budget. So he said, I need 7 million out of it to fight the BDS. I'm saying this not because, you know, I'm a great supporter of the BDS, and I think it's doing fantastic things. We still need to take into account the fact that it hasn't changed anything on the ground, which means that instead of complimenting ourselves, we should be aware that we have been doing solidarity work for Palestine in the last 70 years without changing even a bit the reality on the ground. The solidarity movement against apartheid in South Africa didn't have such moments as we have. So we have to be a bit more humble about it. And one of the reasons I'm saying it is I think we as a movement have not yet fully analyze something that I think one of the speakers in the previous session referred to. And this is the fact that between 1967, I would say until roughly the Oslo days, we have wasted time also as a solidarity movement because of the position of the PLO, because of the position of the PA, and because of the dominance of the two-state solution in our discourse of solidarity as much as of the discourse of the Palestinian national leadership. I remember coming to Britain in the 1980s and speaking about a one-state solution and arguing with the solidarity movement about that solution. So we wasted a lot of time. I'm saying this because I think we have to understand that we are now undergoing or beginning a process that will take a long time. A long time. The balance of power that we are facing, the regional power that are now behind Israel, the international powers that are now behind Israel, are such that we are working now in a long-term perspective without any expectation for short-term dividends, which means that we are not only have to work on the field of activism, and we should, of course, expand and continue, I fully agree. But we need to go into education, into the media. We have been very lucky with Jeremy Corbyn, but he's the exception and not the rule. The exceptions are British politicians who don't dare to say anything on Palestine of significance after 70 years of dispossession and colonization. We have to digest these facts. And one of the things that I'm really positive about and makes me sort of optimistic is the change in the British academia, where you are allowed to analyze Israel as an apartheid state, and you can have a conference on Zionism as settler colonialism. But then again, if you look at the A levels, at the high schools, you still see that there is nothing there that would educate the next generation of young Brits about British accountability for the Palestine question or the real essence of the struggle, of the conflict there. So I think that part of what we should think of now is also long-term projects of which we won't reap the dividends in the near future, but are really something that should lay the foundation for the kind of struggle that we should be involved with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. So, yes, the gentleman in the front, please.
Microphone again.
Perhaps you could...
Isn't the reason why Israel has been successful and Palestine hasn't is because Israel has a strategy for what it's doing and the Palestinians haven't. They need a strategy that includes a legal, comprehensive
Sorry,
legal
the question.
action.
We have 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. Okay, if you don't... Okay, sorry?
Well, I'll just continue while you're getting someone else. We need an international effort to get people, the big powers like China and the non-aligned movement, to speak out at the UN Security Council to squash the United States when it vetoes resolutions. We need a media strategy which includes, of course, the
Okay, so
social
this gentleman
media.
here, please, quickly. Do you have a question?
Absolutely, it's a question.
Okay.
For Ilan Pape,
Yeah, sorry.
will you be writing a book where you explore the 3 issues that you outlined in terms of your violation of the IHRA? Because it would be very interesting if you were then somebody tried to prosecute you for doing that.
You want me to be prosecuted? Okay. I agree. Being prosecuted means you're doing something, but you usually wish it for others, not for yourself. First of all, we have written books about it. We have written. I just mentioned that, for example, the way the Holocaust memory is manipulated in Israel is I know about it because of the work of a journalist like Tom Segev, an Israeli historian like Edith Zartal and Yossi Grudzinski. I mean, the absurdity of these definition is that critical voices inside Israel have been doing it now for quite a while, and according to that definition, they are anti-Semites. Our problem is not so much having now books about it. What I think we should challenge is the way that people want to delegitimize these discussions. I will give you one short example, if I can, of what I mean and how important it is. And this is, for me, a long-term process. In Beirut in December, next December, directors of 8 centers for Palestine studies are going to meet, including myself. These Center for Palestine Studies are academic centers. They have done an amazing thing, I think, all these 8 centers, by succeeding in convincing academia in certain parts of the world that studying Palestine as part of the history of colonialism, of genocide, of ethnic cleansing, is not an ideological position, but a scholarly position. And it took us a while to get there, and we're still in a precarious moment because universities begin to understand the backlash that they're getting for legitimizing studying Israel as an apartheid state as an academic venture, not as a political position. I find it very important. We don't have such achievements in the media, I mean in the mainstream media, and definitely even the discourse of the most pro-Palestinian politicians in the high level does not reflect these ideas. Condemning, of course, the Israeli occupation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip is important. Condemning Zionism as racism is even more important. In the 70s, it was a legitimate discourse. We forgot that. In 75, this was a legitimate discourse. Today, this is an anti-Semitism. We need to go back to these discourses and legitimize them. They are very, very important. And we need to take into account that the more clear and poignant our position is, the more the backlash would be. Of course, the vaguer we are, the less trouble we will have. But I think it's exactly happening on the ground in Israel. Thank God, the impossible outfit or creature that is called liberal Zionism has disappeared. This is the best news I can give you from Israel. There is no such thing anymore as liberal Zionism. There was, but it was an oxymoron. Like you can't be an enlightened colonizers and you cannot be a liberal ethnic cleanser. But you were able, partly because of the British Labour Party, by the way, you could be in such a position. Liberal Zionists now in the Israeli parliament have less representation than those who declare themselves to be anti-Zionist. They have less members of parliament. They are gone, they are wiped out. That's the good news. The bad news is that those who want to replace them, people who say very clearly, even those who live in Israel as Israeli citizens, we are anti-Zionists, have even a wider gap from the rest of the Israeli society than the liberal Zionists had. But these young, and many of them are young people, are growing in numbers, not in a significant way, but they are there, and their clarity of position towards their own regime, towards their own history, is the kind of thing that could be enhanced and really become an important factor if the international community, of course, would move from the civil society to the political level with a clear position on Zionism in Israel, not just a clear position on the occupation of 67, and more importantly, if the Palestinian national movement would finally tell us we are still working for the liberation of the whole of Palestine and all the Palestinians, not some of them and not a small part of Palestine, and the right of return of the refugees. They would enhance anyone who works for the solidarity with the Palestinians to have a clear position. You will be much more isolated and will be much treated not in a nice way for having this clear position because of what happened in the last 50 years and the predominance of the idea of the two-state solution, the paradigm of equality between the two sides. But we don't have any other alternative. We really don't. The only alternative we have is to face the reality with clear language and discourse that will bring us into trouble. I hope not. You want me to be in jail, it's okay. But I hope that the trouble that we will create at least would produce a clear discussion on Palestine, all historical Palestine, and about all the Palestinians, and not just part of it and part of the Palestinians.
Thank you, Ilan. Thank you. Sorry, no, we have to stop.
I just want to say I'm happy to publicly commit PSC to campaigning for Ilan's release when he is inevitably arrested. Free the extra one.
Thank you. Okay, thank you to our four wonderful speakers. Thank you to the audience, and thank you, Memo and Europower Forum. Thank you.